Another version of P2B LP song just dropped, guys, and I bet you guys are going to love this one. So since the LP song has been going viral, we've heard different versions of it, and this one I'm about to show you guys is amazing. So a professional high-life Ogene artist, Ejike Obiano Nwamba, known professionally as Ejaik Nwamba, has dropped his own Ogene version of LP with his Ogene group, and it's already trending. So guys, watch the full video and give this video a like, comment your opinions below, how you feel about this new version of LP by Ejaik Nwamba.
For governor. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things in the pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things in the pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. To listen to news and depression. If you get connection now oppression. We dey pray to possess and possession. Yet the country they scream for recession. Many people come not to chat about. But to get one thing I wanna see now. Who go come fix our Niger? Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things in the pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things in the pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Everything in life na competition. Now the priest they meet us for confession. Holy Ghost, I'm a proof for protection. And I just go back all your progression. Many people plan not to check out. But get one thing I want to ask you now. Who go come fix our Naija? Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many people plan not to jack out. Who go come fix our Naija? Who go come fix our Naija? The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here. Sabu, sabu, anybody.
All right. Good evening, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're spacing from. I hope I've been entertaining you guys with my mad selections of music. All right, you guys are welcome one more time. It's your favorite spot on the Twitter space. It's a Vawulence space, and we're back again this night. As promised, we scheduled this space on Saturday when His Excellency Mr. Otti came on this platform and we spoke with him and he said he's going to be here with us today. Actually, by 9 p.m. Yeah, so I think we fixed it for 8 o'clock so that we could have at least few minutes of dialogue before he comes on the platform and shape the narrative of how we want the conversation to go. Um, it's going to be a very open platform as we always do on this space, open for you guys to come in, especially for people that are from Abia State. You can I will really appreciate we have been more speakers from Abia State and more questions coming from that state because It is pertinent. These people there talk to the person they want to elect. So please, guys, no matter how you want to speak, you want to ask questions, you have questions for him, please, if you're not from Abia State, we will, you're doing us a huge disservice. Please, let's have his people come out here today, as we did with the Enugu people. You could see the Enugu guy, he was here, and I'm certain he had over 200 of his people come up here, ask him all kinds of questions. They are in that region, they are in that state, they understand what they need or what they are passing through as a people. So please, guys, and on that, I'm going to say, not everybody that is from Abia State will be able to ask questions today, and not everybody that requests the mic will get the option to get the opportunity to speak to you. So please go on the comment section. We have a comment section where you can write your questions. Please don't send me questions to my DM. I beg you in God's name, do not send me questions to my DM. I cannot read all the questions. I'm already getting questions already in my DM already. So that's why I'm saying this. Please go on the comment section. If you have any question, except the question is a very sensitive question that you feel should not be made public. And if it shouldn't be made public, it should not be coming to my DMs, because I can't ask him a question. Yeah. So please, guys, all questions related to our conversation today should be asked in the comment sections. So one more time, I want to thank my brother Otumba and Zos. NC should join us anytime from now for taking out time to do this with us. It's a Tuesday, so I know it's middle of the week. It's not really middle of the week, and I know what it takes to sacrifice your time to be out here. Jimmy, I see you too, my brother. Thank you very much. I was on your amazing space earlier on. Please, Jimmy, I just want to use the opportunity to beg you. I beg, host that space every day going forward. That's one amazing space. Thank you very much. Guys, I want to indulge all of you. I don't know how many of you have retweeted the space or have shared the space, but you guys know how we do it in this church, the Church of Vawulence. I don't need to tell you guys before you guys do what you have to do. Share the freaking space, tweet the space, copy the space link, post it on your WhatsApp status, your Instagram, your Facebook. Let people know that the number one space on Twitter is up and running. And yes, we'll be having the next governor of Abia State, God's willing, on the platform with us today. He's a versatile man. He's actually, I think everything happened with time. He actually won the last elections, and he was, in the normal fashion of Nigerian politicians, he was rigged out. He's an I cannot, apart from P2B, I can vouch for Alex Otti. I'm not giving him brief, but I can vouch for the man, his pedigree, where he's coming from. He has modeled his life towards that P2B, the kind of person that we see in Peter. You just gotta read about the man, you know more. So I think he's a past I think a Diamond Bank chief and chairman. So he's someone that has his people at heart. And coming from the southeast, if you've been to Abia State is like the most cursed state in the southeast. Abia State is so blessed a state that I have spent. If I've not spent, when I come out and say I've spent close to a year. If I sum up my stay in Abia State, I've spent close to a year or two. Different, sometimes 2 months, 3 months, vacations, and the rest in between. Okay, I have families there also, and I know how blessed and how gifted. Otumba, you will not believe me, but when I say anything that you see that they can make in any part of the world is produced in Aba, in Aba market, Area market. Everything, just point it. Just
So
name it.
Aba is the China of the West Africa. That's where I see it. So
Bro, but if you go that market, when I used to go to holiday, I go and see my uncle. If you need to see, you will see billionaires. All of them are driving scooter bike. There is no road. The place is hell. Bro, my relatives came back from the States. They came back from the States, and they went to see my late grandma was staying in Aba before she passed on. So we used to go. That's why I used to go back there, stay out once in a while. So going there, bro. I think the two places that I've met mosquitoes at, I got scared of my life, was in Lekki and in Aba. Bro, the mosquitoes in Aba, the mosquitoes in Aba, fit. They know this time you carry otter pepper, say make you use, or more they leak otter pepper like juice. If you just spray whatever you or more if you use shelters now body spray for them. They could just they take them like say more, hey, my cousins that came back from the States, they came back. Oh my goodness, mosquito won't kill these children. They were just crying all through the night. Oh no, we don't. That one night they spent, they have to go back to Port Harcourt. They said they cannot stay in Aba. Aba is so. Oh my God, I cannot for the life of me explain how people in that, yeah, if you survive in Abia, you can survive anywhere. If mosquitoes in Abia cannot kill you, there is nothing that can kill you in this life. So I look at how those people are surviving, how intelligent these people are, how the entrepreneurial skills and everything, and I see that those people deserve a better life. Honestly, that state, I've been to Umaya, the capital. You see the state, and it is just not, it is not where it's meant to be. I honestly believe that I share this view I'm sharing. I'm not from Abia State, but I believe that I, I don't know how my Abia brothers to call themselves, but I believe that they know what I'm saying here. I know that you people know what I'm saying. We really need a total revamp in Abia. We need a total change. And one party has held that state for the past 23 years. One party has held that state in captive. The PDP, they have held that state with the Otti of Kalu dynasty. They have kept that state in cage. Nothing is moving in that state. They appoint the last governor, Theodore Oji, they took him to a shrine. The videos, his pictures are up on the internet. Go just Google, you see pictures where they took him to shrine. He was naked, swearing oaths. That's how bad they have rendered that state. So honestly, that state needs a total, a man that can come in there and just focus on working on that state. And the potentials in that state to be one of the brightest states in Nigeria is so glaring. So I'm looking forward to this conversation with this man tonight. And with that, I say one more time, guys, welcome to the Violence Space. If you're just joining us for the first time, you just heard that Alex Otti is going to be on the platform and you want to join us, welcome. This is one platform I promise you, you're not going to miss coming to. Please share the space, invite more people to the building. And with that, I welcome my brother Tuma. If you want to say something, open up the floor. Zos, I yield the mic to you guys. Thank you.
My brother, good evening, Zos, and everybody in the house. So now I was reading about Alex Otti, like I think 2 days ago, and I went to his website. This man, like you said, there's a sense of not I won't say Peter Obi, but there's a sense of the way both of them approach their careers, where they, entrepreneurs early on got into banking, they built institution, responsible for the resurgence of Diamond Bank. I mean, this man, I was looking at the schools he's been to. One of them is Wharton Business School. Anyone that's familiar with business schools, Wharton is the number one ranked business school in the world and has the likes of Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, Trump. There's a bunch of them there, and they're alumni. So this man is a vast experienced, well-educated person. And I think what you said about Abba is so true. I mean, Abba. Growing up, it was made in China, made in Abba. that was the talk we used to have. It was everything was made in China, made in Abba, and Abba should be a mini China in the sense of manufacturing. And it's sad what I know Peter has talked about it too, where he wants to connect, he wants to be the seaport in Port Harcourt and then connect Abba to it. That way, you can have easy flow and it becomes an export route, not just something that, because I believe Abba can feed, how will I say it? Be a manufacturing hub for West Africa, where it's not just Nigeria, but you're um, moving things around other countries in Africa and West Africa. So I'm excited. And like you said, he won his election. I think the tribunal declared him winner. But then, PDP, in their usual craziness, went to the Supreme Court and got the judgment, which was funny. So I'm excited to hear from him. I can't wait. That's one state that I know, that state, Enugu, Lagos, I'm guaranteed we're going to win. So I'm excited. And so please tweet your questions with the hashtag violence space also. Leave your questions in the comments. I've read his manifesto. If you want to read his manifesto, please go to alexotti.com. His manifesto is there. It's well detailed. I mean, I'm going through it and I'm thinking, I don't know why, most of the Labour Party governorship candidates, I mean, it's something they can adopt. The way his website is laid out, the way he wrote his manifesto, it's similar to Peter Obi's campaign manifesto, where he's listing out and the things I'm seeing in there. Table of contents, the anchors. rule of law, industrialization, Abia, transportation, power, agriculture. And then the social contract, which is around education, healthcare, women empowerment, security, environmental sustainability. So there's a common theme where you can draw a parallel between him and Peter Obi in terms of career, in terms of the outlook on governance, in terms of legal battle also, because he went to court and won his mandate in court. Well, unfortunately, the Supreme Court, did their BS. And the way he's outlined the problems of Abia, I'm not from Abia State, but just me reading this, and it sort of gives you an insight. And it's talking about what the state can be based on what the state currently has. So I'm excited. I can't wait to hear from him. My brother Zos, I you the mic. Hand it over to you.
Thank you, my brother Otumba. How you doing? Saddam, greetings, Jimmy, and to everyone on the violence space. Great time to be alive and to be in the presence of obedience and like minds who wish the country to be better and to be in a better place. So, guys, welcome to the violence space. It's a pleasure hosting the space with my brothers Saddam and Otumba. Hopefully, N6 will be joining us soon. And yeah, Alex Oti is a brilliant man. I mean, if I look at him, just watching him, his demeanor alone speaks of someone who is a humble fellow. I know they say don't judge a book by its cover. I haven't met him before, but I mean, if you see the man and the way he acts, the way he talks, the way he moves, everything about him just speaks to a humble and a down to earth person who is ready to serve the people. And those are the kind of leaders that we need in the country that we are in currently, because it will be able to bring out the potential of places. Umunamu, that's Abia. I mean, way back, we had a lot of people in the entertainment industry that came from Abia State, rather, and they promoted the state and promoted Abba so much. Otumba has talked a lot about the industrial aspect of the city, which has the potential to be even bigger than so many industrial hubs that are around the world, and it has the potential to compete, with the likes of China in terms of production. I mean, I have tailors in Aba that produce clothes for me. Everything you want, from suits to senators to whatever it is you want to sew, it can be produced in Aba. Face mask, anything, and a place that has that potential, it can even do greater than what we are currently seeing. And all we need is just that little push. And hopefully, Mr. Alexoti is the right man for the job because, of course, a he's in a good frame of mind, considering the fact that he is in the Labour Party and he's under the tutelage of our principal Peter Obi. So yeah, it's a good time to be alive, guys, and I'm seriously positive about the outcome of the election coming this Saturday. So, guys, welcome to the Violence Space. And like Saddam has said, put out your questions in the comment section so we can have it all read out to him when he joins us on the space. So, thank you guys once again for joining the Violence Space.
All right, thank you very much, my brother Zos. I think we'll just open up the space briefly because I'd like to hear from people from Abia State. Let's hear from you guys before he comes in. Let's know how it is over there. How are you guys? Please, how especially if you're in Aba. Let me remember that my this thing. Fox Road. Please, are the mosquitoes still as rugged as they used to be? Like. I want to know whether whether like 10 years ago, man, the mosquitoes there, man. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. I can never forget. That's why I played that song. If you listen to the space from the beginning, I played the song. I will never forget. Abba. Hey, hey, hey. Oh my God. Please, if you're from Fox Road, people know how far. Yeah, those mosquitoes still there. How are people coping? Hey, mosquitoes that will bite you and will be like you have boil. Like say that boil you please, you guys please come up here and discuss. Let's discuss this how we're going to settle this about, please. And as I was leaving, and when I was leaving the country, my in-law reached out to me and said, "You need to come out. You need to sew it." I'm like, "How far?" I sent him. God, if you see the Chinox that I sewed from my back, I came out with. I came left the country with, and the shirts. People keep asking me, "How far? Where did you buy this stuff? Where did you buy this stuff?" They don't understand. So I see the potential in that state, and I am blown away. I am just blown away. We really need to freaking transform that state. So, guys, I don't know how we're going to do it, but please, if you're up on the platform, we'll bring you up to speak. Please, I beg, as I've always said, retweet the space one more time, share the space. And if you have people that are not on Twitter, for my ABBA people here, many of them know they Twitter. They like Facebook. Copy the link, and we're on YouTube also. The link is on. We have a YouTube. Our YouTube channel is streaming this space live. We have our radio station also. Yes, online radio, the Violence Space Radio. The link, I'm going to just post it up on the Jumbotron right now, so you can just send them the link. Copy the link. Let me post it on Jumbotron. Yes, it's up on the Jumbotron right now. Copy the link and send to people that you know that are not on Twitter. Let them join this conversation. They're about to listen to the next governor. I have my personal questions I want to ask him, but I want you guys, if you're up on the platform, you want to ask questions, you want to speak, please, your hands should go up. And thus, if you are not busy, please do us the honors of arranging how our speakers will come up before we get our guests here. Thank you.
All right, bro, no problem. That's fine, totally fine. And yeah, so okay, I can see a female. Sorry, guys, once again, I'm always gonna give preference to the ladies. So I'm gonna take a female first, and then a male. So we'll go with Jay. I'll take Jay first, and then attackers, because I know attackers is based in Abia. So yeah, Jay, the space is yours. 3 or 4 minutes, Saddam.
Yeah, I think 3 minutes is max 3 minutes. Let's just
All
quick
right.
submission, quick submission. We don't need questions now till he comes in.
Okay, so please 3 minutes, guys. And sorry, I'm just gonna be rude and interrupt you if
And
you
if your submission could be
refuse to.
centered on what you think, what is the reality on ground right now, how can we help? Just let's have the conversation towards these elections, because everything we're going to be doing here is centered on how Otti is going to win the elections come this Saturday. So let our conversation be centered towards that. Thank you.
All
Um,
right.
Good evening. I was actually hoping to ask a question to him directly, but I think you people have just changed the direction of the dynamics of the meeting, so I'm a bit stymied. However, I grew up in Aba. I went to primary school, secondary school in Aba. My parents still live in Aba, in Obo Hill, so I'm very passionate about this space. I have chatted Alex, and he did reply as once or I think once about how he'll win this election. I'm just going party, as much as I love that community, the obedience. I think everybody is so excited about sharing videos, mocking the enemy, laughing out loud. But I don't see a lot of strategic moves on how to checkmate these people in their own steps. These people have perfected the plans of rigging, which we are new to and which we are alien to and which we absolutely hate and detest. So the question is, how will he checkmate Okeze Bazu? Because if for a minute he's thinking Okeze Bazu is not going to force PDP down our throats again, we are all sadly mistaken. So I have asked this question a lot to a lot of the Labour Party, top people handles. I haven't gotten a response, which I can understand. Perhaps they are hiding the strategy, but perhaps I'll ask the question on the platform to Alex Otti. How is he going to make sure they don't steal his mandate again? Because if it happens again, I will lose faith. I will lose hope in Abia State. But I did have more technical questions to ask. You changed the dynamics of this meeting, so I'm a bit confused now what to do. But thank you for the time. I'm going to yield to some other person. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, and apologies for making you stymied. But we'll probably just keep you up on the
Yeah,
until
I
he
think so. I
comes.
think we can keep our speakers up until he gets here. I think he gets
Yeah.
here in the next 20 minutes. So
Yeah. We'll keep you up, and even if you have to come down, we'll give you preference. Bringing you
All right.
back up.
All
So
right. Thank you.
attackers, you're welcome. Attackers, how you doing, brother?
Can you hear me? Zeus.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Although we have a good news. The only thing I can comfortably say is Aba Metropolis. That is Aba South. There is a lot of work on ground. That is because people are very very angry about Abia State the way it is because I know very well that the Aba people are so angry and they are going to use that anger in the ballot on Saturday. That is the fact on ground actually. So one of the questions I wanted to ask him was, especially that first road. That first road is one of the place that I stay in Brass, you understand? And every time I'm coming back from Port Harcourt every weekend, I always cry, especially there's a lake in Ukumango, especially first road. I want to ask him how he's going to tackle that place because that is a place that we have a lot of mosquitoes that normally used to destroy people's. That lake normally used to even encroach some vital roads in Old Express, Amuku, a lot of places. And that is one of the places. And that first road, every year they normally used to construct that first road. Every year they used to construct that. And the heavy load that normally used to go in that area. And another question I wanted to ask is how is going to help in terms of a federal road that normally connects Abia State to Akwa Ibom State and federal road that connects Abia State to Port Harcourt, because these are the two major busy areas that goods normally used to help in area because of that road, especially Port Harcourt to Abia State. There is a road there is a market they used to call Aloji. Because of that spare part market, that market is already dead. Is already dead. And the Port Harcourt road, that Port Harcourt road is another vital road that is so important in Aba. So, because there's a lot of questions I wanted to ask him because Aba is very, very important to us. And we know very well that we voted for him in 2015. Yes, we voted for him and they stood that mandate, yes. But we are still going to use that anger and enter ballot on Saturday. That is a fact. So I wanted to ask him how he's going to try to help us because this thing that I'm telling you, a normal Abia man is all about good roads and electricity. That is the only thing you can give them. Forget about the
Ataka,
business
let me
is
help
setting.
you here. Please let me help you here. Please, I'm doing this because of you. I'm going forward on the conversation. If you're not ready to, we're trying to have a discussion before he comes up. So if you're coming here to tell us what you want to ask him, it is not fair. Please, don't ask him here. He's not here. So
Okay.
whatever you want to ask, man, and let's limit our questions to just one question per person. So go in there, think about the question you want to ask the man. Let's just be a question because we have plenty of people that want to ask some questions. And also, try and this conversation should be about how are we winning these elections before he comes in. He's not here, so whatever I want to ask him, I don't know. I'm not his head. I am not his spokesperson. I cannot answer for him. And any question that you wanted to ask him is going to be lost in transition. So please, let's try and keep it to submissions here. Huh? Thank you, my brother. You can do that
Okay.
in like 30 seconds, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. The area of how we are going to win it because the pause that I'm feeling because my street, the place that my father is staying, which is Amuku side, the Aba South Ward 1, Izukwaba, and my own ward, which is Abano 2. What I can say is that ward Izukwaba is purely Labour Party because it's a carnival area. That there most of the streets they are setting their own offices as a Labour Party. So to me, I can categorically say that Abba South is going to make a statement on Saturday. Yes, we are going to make a statement the way we still make our statement. In as much as some area did not voted in Abba South on 25th, but we are going to make a statement on Saturday. That is a fact I'm going to tell you.
All right, thank you so much, my brother Attackers. Let's keep our conversation in the direction of how the city is currently, what are the stakes, what do we have in mind, what are our
Yeah,
plans
like
to,
challenges, things we like to see before it gets here. Then when it
yeah,
gets here, we'll ask him proper questions. So,
yeah.
and I think this time you can also take this time to jot down your question. That way, it's easy to read and just ask. And also, please, I think I'm going to share is the manifesto website so we can take time to read it before it gets here. Also, that way, if you've not seen it yet, let me just go ahead. Let me do that.
All right, I was going through the manifesto, quite detailed, very presentable, in depth, and so filled with a lot of good plans that he has for Abia State. So, guys, let's um let's water the floor before he gets here. So I'll go straight on to Chini. Chini, what's Abba like? I hope you're spacing from Abba. Tell us about.
Hello, everybody. I'm not spacing from Abba, but I was born in Abba. My parents still live in Abba. Although I didn't school in Abba, but I still go back, and that is where I call home. I'm from Imo State, to be precise, but I've known Abba like everything about my life growing up. My parents still stay there. So one of the things when when Emre said Fox Road, I started laughing. My family house is at Fox Road off power line. So all of those industrial activities around Aba happens right in front of my area. So it's something I see every day. Whenever I go visit my parents, every Sunday morning I see trailers being loaded, heading out of Nigeria to Cotonou, loaded with shoes, bags. Like, it's overwhelming that such resources come out from a city like Aba. And I also, after my secondary school, I also learned tailoring from someone that exports tailor-made suits to countries outside, like countries, Cotonou, Benin, like Benin Republic region, Ghana. I have seen that firsthand. It's something and whenever I see those trailers being loaded, I just shake like, what the hell is going on? The governments are busy focusing on what doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, we have all the resources. So the problem about this area is the road. We have terrible road network. All the channels that will take you outside Aba is centered around Fox Road, from Araria, Osisioma, Umule, like up to 5 exits out of Aba are blocked. The only one that is functional is used so much that the roads are now bad. For you to move from point A to point B, Lagos, the traffic delays you from getting to your destination. Aba, the potholes, the terrible road delays you from getting to your destination, which is one of the things I'm going to ask Alex Otti about. And secondly, one of the reasons why I think Otti is the right candidate is this. Throughout his political career, which I've followed, in fact, before he came into the limelight, I was then supporting Uche Oga, who later moved to APC, and my support was killed. But then Alex Otti didn't buy into the APCs and the PDPs charades. He still stayed outside these parties that messed up our system. And I feel for him to remain outside it, his ideologies are very different from what those people have, which is the structure that we are supporting. So I'm also looking forward to I like that about him. I'm also looking forward to asking him, talking about our education system. Aba is one place that anybody can rent a flat or a compound and start a school. Yes, Abia State is. I don't understand the education system. It's terrible. On a street, you can see up to 5 schools, and nobody's checkmating what they are teaching. During exams, my mom is a teacher, and she says during maybe WAEC exams, it is normal that children will have to pay for teachers to give them to enable them to do exam malpractice. That is a common thing, like very common. So every supervisor that comes to supervise exams expect that at every place they are posted, they get paid to overlook the malpractice that would happen. I don't know how he's going to tackle that. And I think that is one of the problems with the education system in Aba. Is terrible. And also teachers' payroll. I know my mom was, okay, imagine a governor writing off your salary. Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. So I have a lot of things I want to talk about. I want to ask him, but I'll just focus on education and roads when he comes up. I'll make it very brief. Thank you very much. I yield.
Right, thank you so much. You mentioned the industries that exist in Aba. I'm just going to read out something that I saw online with regards to Vietnam. I'm sure a lot of us here would know that Vietnam is quite popular for clothing. So, revenue in the apparel market in Vietnam amounts to $6.52 billion in 2023 alone. $6.52 billion in 2023 alone. Trust me, Abba has the potential to do as much as $6 billion annually in apparel, in clothing industry, even in terms of production, in terms of having mega factories that will produce just clothes to be exported all around the world. So you can imagine how we are just wasting potentials, all because we are focusing on Lagos, we are focusing on irrelevant things. So thank you very much for that, your submission. Let's quickly move on to Prince. We'll take Prince and then Sir J. So Prince, the space is yours.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening, Prince. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I'm from Abia State, and by the grace of God, I was home during this festive period. What actually took us home was because of this campaign thing. Because ordinarily, I don't travel during Xmas. I prefer to go, but it was the Obi campaign and that of Otti that took me and some of my friends home. And before we traveled, we started what we called Abia Connect here on Twitter with the likes of Ngozi, Engineer Vincent, and the likes, and Abia First Son, where we raised some fund, printed some campaign materials, which we shared, for not just for B, also for Alex Otti. And the last one was just delivered to them this past week. Um, the thing is this, like I said, I am from Abia State, and I know how Abia is. Part of some of the things I do, sometimes I go home, I do what they call Ongwa I produce our own gari. I'm an Ongwa man. And by the grace of God, our gari is one of the best gari. I'm not bragging, I'm just being sincere. So one of these days, I traveled home, I made this, they prepared this stuff. Moving that gari from my village to town, where I'm going to enter motor that's taking it to north. Somewhere within Orata Junction, the person carrying me didn't know there was this, would I call that thing a pothole or a hole on the road? What I'm trying to say is that all the gari that I made, I don't want to tell you how much it is. All that thing got sink. Gari and water. I was moving that thing from my village just to town so I can, send them to Lagos, then the rest to the north. All that fund just got disappeared. So that gave me, I lost some money, agreed, but one other thing you need to know in Aba is that sometimes when I travel down from north to the east, I spend more money in transportation within Aba than I spend anywhere in the world, in any other place, because of the bad road. From here to here, 200. From here to here, 500. From here, I was like, what? And you don't blame those guys. You don't blame them because the roads are bad. The roads are bad. Sirdam was talking about mosquitoes in First Road. Right there, you need to go ask what's his name, Gospel Wagbar of those days. He will tell you what mosquitoes, how mosquitoes dealt with him in Abia and in Abia State. So so on our part, we are doing so much, not just to support OT, just to also to support all the candidates. And as God will have it, to this evening, in my local government, attackers was talking about Aloji and all that. I am from Ugunabo, where that Aloji International Spare Parts Market is in my place. From our place normally to Port Harcourt those days, in less than 15 minutes from my place, you'll be in Port Harcourt. But now you will do it 2 hours and you will still be on the road. And if you go there, you will see cars and all kinds of things, trailers falling on both sides of the road at a point where I'm wondering if actually God forsake us. So I pray and hope that this Saturday, our people will come out en masse and vote for Alex Otti. And when he wins, I also pray that he will keep to his promises, because we are tired of all this nonsense. Starting from Oji down to this, this one that is there now, that only build what's it called? This thing on Osisioma. The guy went there and built stuff for us. So what I'm saying in essence is this weekend, today, some of the structures in my local government that has to be PDP, they collapsed it this evening. All the former local government chairmen in Ugunabo, with all their structures, they collapsed it this evening. Hopefully, this Saturday, they are going to give Otti all their vote. Let me end with this. So when he comes, I have one or two questions to ask him. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, my brother Prince. Great submission, and look forward to hearing your questions when he comes on the space. But yeah, guys, let's get your take on what the atmosphere is like in Aba, in the entire state, all the local governments. We know Aba definitely is obedient, but how about the other local governments? What's the what's the atmosphere like around those areas? So if you've got information about it, kindly come up here and share it with us. Okay, let's move quickly to Sir J. Sir J.
All right, good evening, everyone, and good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're speaking from. Thank you for having me. I was so much interested coming to this space because I'm from Abia State. I'm from Ungwa in particular, and Ogunabo local government. Most of us who are youth, we don't like the way Abia State is. From Port Harcourt to my village in those days used to be like 30 minutes. I remember when I was still a child, my dad, by the time we even wake up from sleep, from village early morning, he's back to Port Harcourt. So, but these days, find it difficult to travel down to the village because of bad road. When you look at the industry in Abia State, it has collapsed. Basically, Abia State, there is nowhere you have road except those who from Omahia to Ibere, Bende, those area has some relative good road. But from Omahia down to Imo River, there are no roads. My mom is from Oshishoma, Ngwa local government. That side, the major road to the entrance for the past 10 to 15 years was cordoned off. In fact, we started using an alternative route to access my mom's community. Sometime during the rainy season, you look for road, you will never see. And this we keep suffering. I remember when Alex Otti contested, then the Ingwa sentiment was so much. And I remember telling my people that this man is suited for this job. But then my people was like, in the history of Abia State, that Ngwa person has never become the governor. And that sentiment made most people from Ngwa extraction to voted for the failure that we are seeing today, who we call a brother. I told them then, the former deputy governor under TOG is from my community, Emeka Ananaba. After 8 years, no road was worked in my community. From Ihe Junction to my community, no. And I told them, you cannot, because of that, your brother, you're voting Ipazu. But that is bygone. Now they are beginning to see. But then again, some of the politicians in PDP, they are still selling this idea. I remember during the December period, some of the youth went to meet one of my uncle who happens to be former commissioner in Abia State. And we are talking, we are telling them how can they be supporting PDP properly now that we youth, we don't want to, we don't want to hear
please,
anything.
Sajay, please, can you just thank you very much? I think we have our guest here as we always say African time does not work with our guy. Our guy came on right on time. So you're welcome, sir.
Sirdam, sorry, before you introduce him, I want to make my introduction and drop now, sir.
All right, please do.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to the space. I'm about to hand over my co-hosting duty to Ngozi. And there's a reason why I want to. Ngozi has been one of the strongest leaders in the obedient movement. And I use the word leaders. And I know she's been fighting me not to have this conversation. Um, when it comes to, I mean, I can go on and go on and go so forth. This movement will not be as powerful. For she's young, ladies like her, and there are tons of them, but Ngozi in particular. So please, sir, she's someone you people need to take note of. She didn't ask me to say this, but you can recognize a leader. She's young, but age has nothing to do with leadership. She just has the natural tendency to be a leader. So Ngozi, please come.
Uh,
I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Ngozi. I'm happy that you are also in this space. So,
himself down to almost all the gubernatorial candidates, and it's a pleasure having you here, sir. We have, I dare say, we are the engine of this movement. This is where we come to draw strength. This is where we come to ginger ourselves. So you're in an atmosphere of ginger, if you understand what that means. So please, sir, feel free. We're not here to fire you. We're just here to have been discussing with your people before you joined us, and it is interesting hearing the problems and that resonate around your state. So I just want you to use this moment, take the next 5 minutes, talk to us, let us know you better. For those that don't know who Mr. Alex Otti is, let us know you better. Let us know your vision. Let's just share your how the campaign has been. Just tell us your story in the next 5 minutes, sir. Thank you.
wow. Okay, thank you. And let me make an appeal first. When I hear you, the name is Vawulence, and then you say you are going to grill me. People like us, we know no book. Don't grill us so much. We just pity us more. We have been trying. Okay. Thank you. My name is Alex Otti, OFR. I'm the Labour Party governorship candidate for the March 18 election in Abia State. We've been campaigning, my deputy and myself, and the campaign council, Labour Party as a party, the Obedient Movement, and other pro-groups. We started campaigning later part of last year, I think about September, and kicked off officially about the 7th of November. We've been on the campaign trail. By way of introduction, my previous life, I was a banker and spent over 25 years in the banking industry, from Citibank through UBA to First Bank, and finally Diamond Bank, where I was a group managing director and CEO for about 4 years. In First Bank, I was executive director for 6 years out of the 10 years I spent there. In Diamond Bank, we did great things, moving the bank from number 16 to about number 6, becoming one of the systemically important banks in Nigeria. There are 8 of them then, and that means controlling more than 10% of the total deposits in the entire banking industry. Opened a lot of branches, including Diamond UK and the Francophone countries, the African countries. And I left after my second tenure was approved by the board, left in October 2014 to run elections in Abia. And so I left 5 years down the line. My successors went into a major deal with Access Bank. In principle, there's nothing wrong with banks merging. And the first the five largest banks in the US today were, prior to 1995, about 35 or 36 banks. So, but then there were also issues that precipitated or necessitated that merger, which are in the public space. Before banking, I studied economics at the University of Port Harcourt, and then I had an MBA at the University of Lagos. I had trainings at the Harvard Business School, Columbia Business School, Stanford Business School, INSEAD in Fontainebleau, and Wharton, University of Pennsylvania. So I guess that goes for introduction. I've been in the race since 2015. I won landslide in 2015, but the victory was stolen by the government of that time, led by Theodore Otti. We battled it in court and lost at the Supreme Court after winning at the Court of Appeal. And in 2019, we tried again. 2019 elections were not allowed to happen. And here we are again. Interestingly, Abia people understand exactly what I've come to do, which is to rebuild the state. The state has gone through so much destruction, so much pillage, so much corruption, so much stealing since 1999. Most of the people that offer themselves to serve are people who are propped up by godfathers. And the godfathers banded themselves together and ensure that they are holding the jugular of Abia. The worst is the outgoing administration, owing so much in salaries and pensions. Infrastructural decay has become the order of the day. Unemployment is at 51%, over and above the national average of 33.3%. And like I had said last week, when I had an interview with Arise, 33.3%. So, and then we almost twice that average. There's nothing that's working in Abia. And although our governor says that he has industrialized the state, because you can see Domino Pizza, there is Chicken Republic, Market Square, and the like. That's his own idea of industrialization. The truth is that Abia has been on a journey on reverse gear. So our administration will bring back the glory of Abia State, rebuild the state, ensure that the decay is reversed, create the enabling environment for businesses to thrive, make our state an investment destination. For now, Abia State ranks number 32 out of 36 states in the ease of doing business index. That's a World Bank measure. And like I said, what that means is that if anybody wants to invest, there are 31 other states to choose from before you remember Abia. So we've had the shortest end of the stick handed to us by past administrations. And that is what I have come to correct. And by His grace, I'm sure in the next few days, Abia people will come out en masse and exercise their mandate. And we have also made adequate arrangements to ensure that people are protected and their votes are protected. So that's where I'll leave it for now, and then I'll turn it.
Exactly where I wanted to ask, because I believe fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I believe that you must have learned a whole lot of lessons, because before you joined the platform, we have been having a conversation with so many people from Abia State coming up here, and all the problems resonate around how bad the roads network is, how bad the educational sector is. It's just all about complaints and complaints and complaints. So I believe that these people are ready to come out to vote for you. But I want to know you personally right now. If you can tell us on the platform, those loopholes that made them steal your election victory the last time, have you corrected those holes, sir? Are the people, let me put it this way, are the people coming out to vote this weekend certain that have you have learned what it takes to protect the mandate of the people that are giving to you this weekend?
Okay, so it may be useful to step back a little bit and understand what happened the last time, particularly in 2015. It was not so much about votes not being protected as it was about having a rogue government in place. The votes were protected all the way to the final collation center in Umuahia. Fake results were being pushed to the collation center. Of course, we knew that that was going on, and the crime scene was actually the government house. So when the government house turns into a crime scene where results are written, and unfortunately, that's what you see in a few states today. And I really believe that as a country, we need to do something about it. When you have criminal governments, just criminal governments, people who call themselves government, but they are committing crime. So we need to, as a country, and it's not about Alex Otti or anybody, it's about ensuring that we do not destroy our country. So, if fake results that were being pushed into the collation center were promptly cancelled by the returning officer because we had complained, we had written, we had also contacted INEC in Abuja, and it was clear that they were planning to push in those written results. And they were like, there are 2 local governments, because we had one out of the 17 local governments. I believe we had one in 14. And we were leading with over 75,000 votes. And when those results were cancelled, the next thing the returning officer was going to do was to tally the numbers and declare me a winner. And then the then sitting government, together with a lot of PDP leaders, including a man who had no business being in Abia that day, because he's not from Abia, Sameto, who was a chieftain of the PDP, led the then sitting governor and a lot of other so-called elders, PDP, into the collation center and forced the returning officer to readmit the already cancelled results and declare someone who did not win the election a winner. So that is what happened. So when people are talking about protection of votes, it wasn't actually that the votes were not protected. But direct answer to your question, yes, we do know. We also recognize the fact that the mode of elections have changed. So, and we follow that through. We also saw what happened on the 25th of February. And we are putting that into the box of some of the things we have to check. So yes, We have made adequate arrangements to secure people and secure our votes. And I would like to assure everyone who votes in Abia that they should go ahead and cast their votes just for one person. All the people who are interested, who want the state to get better, should also join me in protecting their own individual votes. So, but in terms of security, in terms of the people to do the job, we really have them. So that would be my response.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Please, before you go on, let me just indulge everybody on the platform. Please, guys, I need you guys to share the space, retweet the space. Mr. Alex Otti is here, and please, we have a whole lot of speakers requesting for the mic already. So please, if you come up here, keep your questions as short as, in fact, just one question, please, just one question in a minute, so that we can take enough questions today. And please, decorum when you're asking your questions. If not, you know how we do on the platform. We yank you off immediately. Please keep the questions as civil as possible. Before we move on, I think, sir, let me open up and yield the space to my fellow co-host. Probably they have questions for you. Zos and Ngozi, you guys can take away the space from me right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sirdam. Thanks everyone for coming on the space. Thanks, Alex Otti. I'm actually from Abia State, from Isukwato to be precise. It's nice having you on the space, and hopefully, I don't have any question at the moment. So when I have my question, I would actually ask. Zos, do you have a question?
Thank you, Ngozi.
Okay, yeah. Good evening, Mr. Alex. I hope you're doing very well today. Thank you very much for joining us on the space. It's a privilege to have you on board and availing yourself of your very, very limited time. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to ask a question with regards to the industrialization of Abia State and how you plan to go about things differently. How you plan to go about things differently from the past governments that have led the state. Abia, in particular, Aba, and what is able to produce has enormous potential. Has enormous potential. Before you joined the space, I was reading about Vietnam, who have like a revenue of about $6.5 billion annually, just on apparels alone, on production of apparels alone. And looking at Aba, I have so many people who have tailors in Aba. My tailor is actually in Aba. He comes to Abuja. He just takes my measurements, goes back to Aba, and sends my 2 3 piece suits without any problems. And that has potential to scale to a global reach. So I just want to know what you're going to do differently to the previous government, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I'm not sure I got your name.
My name is Zos, sir.
ZOS.
Yeah, you can call me Zos. You can call me Isaac. My name is my real name is Isaac, but my moniker on Twitter is Zos.
Zos. Okay. I think I'll keep the Zos. All right. So thank you. Your question is a very good question. How do I? How would I be different from previous governments, particularly in the area of industrialization? There are different ways to answer that question, but the first thing is to assure you that it will be there's nothing at all that will compare me with the other people that have sat on that seat, because when you look at our background, look at our track record, look at our capacity, look at the experience, you will find that at the risk of sounding immodest, it's like comparing darkness with daylight. But I understand exactly what to do to industrialize the state. And industrialization, large-scale industries. And that is where the question about Abba resonates very, very well. Abba is a potential China waiting to happen. They just need to be given the wings to fly. And what do I mean by wings to fly? When I talked about the ease of doing business in Tex, it speaks to infrastructure, particularly infrastructure. It speaks to rule of law. It speaks to ease with which you get licenses and you are able to exchange factors of production, particularly land, and get government to approve that without too much stress. So, and those are some of the things we intend to do. We have documented in our manifesto that we will create a specific ministry, which we may call Ministry of Abba, to be in charge of Abba and the redevelopment of that town. I strongly believe that a government that knows what it's doing can generate all its internally generated revenue from Abba, or most of it. Of course, there are a few other towns like Omoahia, which is the state capital, and then Ohafia, which is a potential urban area. So, but Abba is a place where, when I was growing up, there was a company called Abba Texam that was the largest employer of labor at that time. Today, that company does not exist anymore. And I know a lot of textile mills in the country have also disappeared. But then that industry called the CTG, cotton, textile, and garments, the apparel industry, contributes close to 60% of export revenue, 8.5% of GDP, and 45% of total employment for Pakistan. Also, Bangladesh, 81% of total export earnings, 12.4% of GDP, and over 60% of the labor force is accounted for by that industry in Bangladesh. It is the same thing in India and in China. So if we do the right thing, we'll be able to run the Abia economy on the back of textiles, not to talk of leather, shoes. In Ariaria market, in the shoe plaza, there are between 55 and 60,000 shoemakers with rudimentary technology, with no power, with no roads, with flooded markets and flooded streets, everywhere stinking. The shoe, the garment, the small, other small scale industries, then technology. Our people are very, very good. Even some of them that never saw the walls of a university, they are very, very blessed with skills. So all they require is government support. They will not even necessarily require money, but if they need money, we'll give them money. Because the essence of government is to support the populace, support the support business. And it's only when you invest that you can reap returns. So we have a comprehensive program on how we are going to industrialize the state. And then if you move from Aba and go to Umuahia, kaolin is found in commercial quantity in Ohia in Umuahia South. And that was the reason why Dr. M.I. Opara set up the modern ceramics industry in Umuahia. Today, that company has been allowed to die. Going further down to Ikuano, that community is blessed with brown coal called lignite in commercial quantity, and it's useful to fire steam engines for electricity. And then as you go towards Bende, you have phosphate. Phosphate is one of the major ingredients for fertilizer. You know, the one they call NPK, the N standing for nitrogen. P is the phosphorus of phosphate, and K is potassium. So our plan is to set up a fertilizer manufacturing company that would not only serve the needs of farmers in Abia, but also we can also sell to other states and even export and foreign exchange. And of course, the Arochukwu belt. You know, we have the solid minerals for cement, and those could also be harnessed. But you must, in the first instance, have a serious government that understands business and goes all out to create the enabling environment for businesses to thrive, create jobs, wipe out insecurity, ensure that there is infrastructure in most of the places. And so the state is really, really waiting to explode. The only thing missing is competent governance, and that's what we bring. I don't know if I have answered your question.
Very, very brilliantly, sir. Thank you so much. You answered it in a very, 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 very um, brilliant way, and you broke it down. You even answered other parts that were not asked, were not touched on. But yes, you did very, very well. I was going to come to
Thank
tech, but you're welcome, sir. You're welcome. I was going to come to technology, but you touched on that. But I'm sure there are other people that have questions to ask you. And to our speakers, please, I'm going to beseech you guys to kindly not drag Mr. Alex Otti. This is an obedient. He has been supporting our principal from day one. It's not going to be fair if we come here and start to pull him down. We're not going to tolerate that on the
My brother,
space.
should not be begging now. They put you know how there's some things you don't even you don't come.
Uh-huh.
Now one for you.
Very good.
No. You know, I actually don't mind being dragged. So if you have any question, feel free, ask your question. The only problem I have
No, it's
is that
no. So what we're saying is mode of questioning. You can come up here and ask that question. Nobody's coming. We're not going to give you soft questions, but respect is something that we take big on the platform. If you come up here and you ask, some people ask questions as if they're fighting with you. You know, they can go to your house and fight with you, but not on this platform. So yeah. Thank
don't
you.
worry, I'll defeat them. But the only concern I have is that, you know, this is a very critical moment. I just wish that this engagement had happened a long time before now. I had actually had a Twitter Spaces engagement some months ago. So I do have a meeting for 10:30. So I must run by 10:15. And I hope that works.
Sir. Let's take as much as we can take. So I think it will be up to you and the speaker. So if you can make your answers as brief as possible, so we take the questions one by one. One question real quick, answer real short. So take as
Can we
much as
do two
possible.
questions? So we'll do two questions and he answers two questions at the same time.
Yeah, better go
So,
on with that, please.
all right. Thank you so much, Sir. And thanks, sir, for your answers. They're really, really, really nice. And all right, so we'll start from Prince, and then we'll go to my uncle Udo Akaji. And thanks. All right, so Prince and Udo Akaji, please, can you ask your question now? Please, just
Okay.
one question, and straight to the point, please.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Doctor. I have one question. I am from Ugunagbo local government of Abia State. Ordinarily, if we want to go to Milverton, where we normally enter to maybe want to travel, we go through Port Harcourt Road. But for the past 5 years or thereabout, that road has been unmotorable. That we'll have to go through Sisioma before we can now come back to Aba main town. So, sir, my question is this. What is your plan for Port Harcourt Road? That's my question, sir. Thank you.
Uncle Kaji, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, NG. And it's good to have you, Dr. Alex. I came to Ngwahai as well. So it's very good. I wanted to know what your plan for education is. I read that the Polytechnic, there was issues of accreditation. And if you're talking about industry and all that stuff, then that's obviously it's going to be key. So what are you thinking? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Udo. And it's nice to know that you went to Ngwa High School too. I'm sure you need to visit the place again. I'm not sure you'll be very happy. I was there a few weeks ago and I was not quite happy. But that's a story for another day. So I want to start with you. Plan for education has also been documented in my manifesto, and you can pull it out online, www.alexotti.com, and you click, I think I had indicated that the other day that I said hello. So dralexotti.com, and then you click download manifesto, and then the document will show up in your device. It is very true that the Abia State Polytechnic has lost accreditation owing to the refusal of the present government to pay salaries. And the last count, I think they were owing over 30 months. And so the National Board for Technical Education withdrew the accreditation. So we believe very strongly that education should be given its pride of place in the state. Some of us wouldn't be here today if not for the kind of education we had. And we need to bring back those good old days. So in terms of numbers of schools that are available at different levels, primary, secondary, tertiary, and in terms of the quality of education, in terms of the quality of teachers, in terms of the training and continuous training, in terms of their compensation packages, in terms of
sorry, Sirdam, please could you mute your mic?
Yes. So in terms of the training that the teachers receive, compensation packages, and just making the teaching profession attractive once more. A lot of our teachers have jabbed to the UK and elsewhere because of greener pastures. So we need to ensure that we get back those good old days by ensuring that teachers are properly paid. And then, of course, the curriculum or curricula. What are we teaching our children? We're teaching them pinhole cameras in the world of robotics, 3D printing, and the like, electric vehicles, artificial intelligence. That's where the world is going. So when you enter a typical school today, even the buildings, the state of the schools is very appalling. So we are going to deal with that. And it's not just Port Harcourt Road. A lot of roads are simply impassable and not motorable in Abia State. So we are going to fix Port Harcourt Road. They say it belongs to the federal government. They may be right, but what is also correct is that the federal government does not use any road, not even in Abuja. So if the road is in Abia, whether it belongs to the federal government or state government, we would attack it. The question to ask them is, how about the ones that belong to state government? How many of them have they built? So it's very, very critical that we deal with that. So you can take that to the bank that we're going to build the Port Harcourt Road, which they have refused to build in spite of the monies that they have collected. So that would be my response to the two questions.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Next person, let's have Papchilo and then Lighthouse. Please, real quick. We have lots of requests, please. Thank you.
Mazindo, I greet you specially, Doc. I want to really
Ndewo.
appreciate you, sir, for what you have been doing. You may not know me personally, but I think I know you closely. And may God bless you. And I know your reign will be a great one for Ndabia. I want to say this because I think Abia has never had a governor for a long time, as far as I'm concerned. And I can tell you, you running under Labour Party is a hope for everybody in Abia. Tell you, even my uncle Ezibomisi in Arochukwu, everybody has been talking good of you. So, the whole of Arochukwu is standing by you as well as the whole of Umaya. God bless you. And in fact, you've been doing a lot airports. I think Abia State needs airports. We need it to also, with all of these plants on ground, we need to have a airport to, with the talent that we have in Naba and all of these things. So how do you tend to go about it, sir? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Lighthouse, real quick.
To update this to the welfare. And you and I know very well that the local government has been, marginalized so much in terms of salary instead of their welfare. How your government will work with the local government, or will it be business as usual too?
Okay. Okay, so I'll take that said uh, in due course. It's not a priority right now. And the simple reason is that one, Abia is completely decayed. If you understand the level of work that is required to rescue Abia, you have pity on some of us. Not a lot of people know how bad the situation is in Abia, but I can tell you it is very, very, very bad. Pensioners have not been paid for 56 months plus. So the doctors, government doctors, or doctors that work in government hospitals are on strike today, and they are being owed about 25, 26 months salaries. The Polytechnic, Abia State University Teaching Hospital also lost its accreditation owing to arrears of salaries and the question that the National Association of Resident Doctors raised was a very apt question. So if lecturers who are supposed to teach the student doctors are not being paid, how can we guarantee what is being sought? And that was why they withdrew the accreditation. So in terms of priority, we will try and fix a whole lot of other things requiring attention first. Then there are alternatives. There is an Imo airport in Owerri, which is not fully utilized. On good roads from Umuahia and Aba to Imo airport should not be more than 30 minutes. So our priority will be to build those roads so that Imo airport can serve us for the time being. Now, there is also an airport in Enugu, another one in Uyo, and yet another one in Port Harcourt. Those are options for starters. So we are going to start with that. Maybe towards the end of our first term or in the second term, we can consider building an airport. I've always, airports are important, but they are at where we are today, airports, an airport is a luxury, given the things that are competing, that will be competing for attention. Imo Light from Okwa West, thank you. Local government authorities, and I believe that your question is about autonomy. And my attitude to that is that fine, local government autonomy is first, which is ensure that what local governments have turned to be today, and that is where dead woods are dumped, or arboros or motopaths are dumped, and then some little money is given to them to run those offices while the state government hijacks the rest of the money that is paid in the joint local government account, Jack. That would not exist under our administration. So we'll fix the leadership first and then grant autonomy and monitor them, supervise them, and ensure that they also deliver results, just as the state government is also delivering results. That would be my response to the two questions.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Vote LP. You go next. I don't know. You have to say your name. Attackers. Then you go after him. Please. Straight to the
Ngozi,
question.
sorry, Ngozi. There were some people that were here before, and they would have loved to ask Mr. Alex Otti. I think they are Jay and Sir Jay Chini Sir Jay, if I'm not mistaken. So if you could just fit them
Yeah,
in
but
your.
Jay is not even raising her hand. So anyway,
My hands are actually raised. You already gave me the mic, so I'm a bit surprised.
I did.
Yes, that's why my mic is on.
All right. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Uh, Dr. Alex, so I completely support you on your response concerning airports. It's not our current need, so thank you for clearing that up. Thank you for also clearing about the local government. I absolutely agree with you on the fact that the right hands are not there. So that brings me to my question, or more like a suggestion. So you need to find the best hands for this job, whether they are Abias in America, in Canada, in Lagos. We find them and bring them back. My second question will be on James. So where is your plan for public-private partnership, especially with respect to the bigger roads, not the street roads, but the bigger ones that a lot of vehicles rather than just waiting to use state resources to do that. So I'd like clarification on that. But everything I've heard so far, I am a big believer in you. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Vote
Thank
LP.
you.
Vote LP. Go real quick because I know your network has been dropping you. So real quick. Emetsu. Emetsu is not ready. Okay, let's hear from Savit then.
Good evening, Mazi. So, I am going to kind of ask my question around the four biggest market that we have in Aba. We've got Ariaria, we've got Cemetery, we've got Ahiohoro, and then we've got what's the last one again? The one. So my question is, how do you want to harness that to help increase the internal, because right now we're not having enough internally generated revenue for Abia, or if we have, it means that it's going to some private pocket. So how do you want to harness that to help increase the internal generated revenue for Abia State? Number one. Number two, a lot of people used to
Sorry,
come.
Savit,
No, no,
just
no.
one question. It's
Because
one
it's tied. The question is tied together. I just try to break it out. It's tied together. This market used to be a place where the neighboring states come for buying and selling activities, but because of the condition of Aba right now, we don't really have people coming again to patronize those people. So how do you want to get rid of that so that those markets can become the center point for neighboring states to come and actually purchase stuff? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jay. Your suggestion about best chance for the job is exactly what I'm known for. I'm known for hiring very good chance, and that was in the past. And if I had always done that, then I would do it even better. So it actually fits into our strategy. And any organization is as good as the people in that organization. So you can be sure. So, and if you do have references and people that please, you can just drop us a message, and we already looking for such hands, and we can't have too many of them. I can assure you that a lot of American hospitals, most of our doctors are in a lot of American hospitals, and we intend to bring them back because part of our manifesto is that we are going to develop a medical village in Abia that will have everything, just about everything, so that the over $1.6 billion that is spent annually on medical tourism, at least we can get 10% of that. We are not greedy. So, and that would be $160 million spent in Abia. And how do we intend to do that? By the time we have state-of-the-art medical facilities, have the best hands, the kind of hands that our people go to look for in India, Dubai, Europe, and America. And you can get those kind of services in Abia. You wouldn't want to fly 8, 10, 12 hours to the UK or the US or elsewhere to get the same level or the same quality of care. So, and we know that it will work. Your second question on PPP, also spot on. Yes, we know resources may pose an impediment to some of the things we intend to do. But then we also have our trade secrets because we work with funding and financing. So we know where we can access funding. So, and I believe that's what we bring to this race that a lot of other people don't have. I will not go too deep in that, but you can rest assured that yes, we are PPP model, the management contract model. Government will be at the forefront, really, of all these models. So, and the final thing that I'd like to say is to thank you because your comment was very positive and you're a believer. So keep believing and keep convincing others. Savik markets, yes, and IGR, 4 major markets. For everywhere in Abia is market. So not just the four markets that you mentioned. Shopping center, there's so much. Now, our approach should not initially be to tax people to death. No. We want to put something on the table and then now demand our legitimate share. I have in a different forum defined taxation as government's share of the prosperity that it has created amongst the populace. It therefore follows that if you have not created prosperity, you do not have the moral right to collect taxes. So we must put things on the table and we must support business. We must ensure that we create prosperity for our people. And then we can take a little bit of that to create more prosperity. So we are going to rebuild virtually all the markets, modernize them, have facilities in them, train them up so that they will be very attractive to people. And then we can come back and collect taxes. Of course, because these things had not been done, that's why the neighboring states that used to empty into Abia in those days, they have voted with their feet and they've gone elsewhere. And the way it works is that once you have a good product and you market it properly, people will come back. So we are going to ensure that Abia, particularly Abia, remains the market of the Southeast, near Nigeria. So that would be how I'll respond to your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's us.
Okay. Yeah, Ngozi, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Alex. We have a question on the timeline, and I'm just going to read it out to you from one of our speakers. It's actually a two-part question, but I'll try to simplify it as much as possible. So it goes as thus. His Excellency Alex Otti, what's your plan for Umuahia, the state capital? As we can see how the city keeps deteriorating every year, do you have any viable plans to revamp and restart the ceramics industry, which can create a ton of jobs directly and indirectly? And also, how do you plan to link up the railroads that have been closed for so many years and believing that they could be of great, tremendous help in transporting goods between Aba, Port Harcourt, Umuahia, and all neighboring cities to enhance productivity in the state, sir?
All right, let's just have Attacker. Attacker, just one question, please. And please, so that question was long. Attacker, just one question, please.
Good evening, Uncle. Good evening, Uncle Alex. See, my question is just one. What are you going to do about this lake in Ukumango First Road? Because honestly, it's so frustrating. And the road in Odo Express and the Amuku, those sides, please. Thank you, sir.
I didn't quite get your question.
Lake, Ukumango Lake now, Ife, that place that is.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Let me start with the first one. Plan for Umuahia. Umuahia remains a glorified village, and it needs to be transformed into a town and then a state capital. So we also do have a comprehensive plan. So don't lose your breath. We'll fix Umuahia. I'd also documented in my manifesto that we'll set up a more modern ceramics industry in Umuahia, because the raw materials for that industry is kaolin, and it's found in commercial quantity now here. So we are setting up a new one. Railroads, important, but then there are two issues. One is that the railway line that you see today, or you see the bones, belong to the federal government. So, and I believe that the federal government has awarded the reconstruction contract to CCECC, and I believe they have started from Port Harcourt. So, all things being equal, I expect them to complete it. But then I also do have a plan for light rail to connect all the major local governments. So, and that would be light rail. We already discussing with Chinese on this, and by the time we come in, we'll hit the ground running with light rails. Then the question about Ukumango, the issue is that you can never give what you don't have. So all the attempts to fix roads around there have failed because they've not done the right thing. And what is the right thing? You need to create an underground tunneling and take all the storm water down to where you call water site. So that anytime it rains, the water goes underground and then just gets out of the way. Until that is done, it is impossible to build roads that will last. So, and that is exactly what we have documented in our manifesto that we do. So we'll fix that Kumango problem. It's not evil spirits, or like they will call it. It's something that somebody can do and will be able to do. Don't know if I've answered your question.
Yes, sir. You did answer the question very well, and you even answered an extra question that somebody had with regards to the drainage system, and you've promised that you're going to address that as well. So thank you very much, sir, for those answers. All right, I'm just going to call on quickly one of the very, very prominent obedient voices that has been giving us a lot of information, and that is Spotlight. And after Spotlight, I'm going to take Rabbi. So, Spotlight, the space is yours.
Oh, thank you so much, Dos. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Alex. So, I'm from Abriba, and my question is around the civil service. So, in your manifesto, you noted that one of the major problems in Abia State is our civil service. And because I'm in supply chain, I'd like to find out how you intend to use those people, as current civil servants, to achieve what you want to achieve in your public procurement. Because we know that that is where the bulk of the corruption comes from. How are you going to make sure that the people that work with you are going to be held accountable? Would it be technology and so on? Please just clarify. And if I may just also chip in, our villages that people are dying in our villages. Abia State is one of the richest in terms of the human capital, but the people in our villages are dying. In Abia, for instance, we don't even have primary health centers. The ones you have are privately funded, and you don't have enough resources. People just die from heart attacks and things that are preventable. Please, sir, how do we ensure that in each of the villages, at least, that there are primary health care centers to take care of our people? I have lots of other questions, but I won't hold the mic. Maybe I'll find a way to also reach out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Spotlight. Okay, Rabbi, please come in quickly in 45 seconds. Mr. Alex does not have a lot of time.
Okay. Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Alex Otti. De Damasio. My question just goes in. I have a shop in City Center by First Bank, back of First Bank. My question is, please, I don't really have a question. The thing is, I just want to beg you, please, do not stain our white cashmere. That's all I have to beg you. A lot of promises can be made, but at the long run, we just pray that you have faith and you do what you have to do. Please, please, and please. Even though you're going to destroy shops along the line, because for development to come in, shops have to be destroyed. Please make sure other people get what they have to get. That's all I have to beg you. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, thank you, Rabbi. We when we make promises, we keep them. That's what we are known for. And it is too late in the day to change. That's why we always say go back to the track record. Go back to the record. The track record is very important. So you can be sure that we are not going to stain your white cashmere. The spotlight, the lady from Abia. Abia is my second home. Thank you for your question about civil servants, civil service. Yes, I'd identified it as a pressure point, a place that needs to be fixed. So the first thing to do is actually to ensure that people are compensated appropriately and that the compensation comes on time. So if you're owing civil servants 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 10 months, 15 months, 20 months, and they're still coming to work, you should worry what exactly is happening. Because a man you are owing for that long and it's every day he still comes to work, there must be something else that he's doing. So the second one is to show the light. In my career, I have come to understand, and I have written about it, that the fish gets rotten from the head. So anytime you see a rotten fish, go check the head. That's where it started. So if the head is okay, then the body will be okay. So where you have the civil service being a cesspool of bit of corruption, is because the government itself is also a cesspit of corruption itself. So we are going to live by example. We're not going to steal any money. We are not going to allow anybody to steal money. And of course, deployment of technology is very key. I still hear that there are ghost workers in Abia in 2023. And I shudder because that problem has been solved decades ago by other governments using technology. So we're going to use technology to ensure that the right thing is done. Then the issue of health centers is an issue we highlighted in our manifesto. Primary health care is so key. And there's virtually nowhere that you find health centers. Even where they exist, they are so dilapidated and you don't find anything there. So it's very sad. I mean, when I was talking about Abia State being in trouble, that's exactly what I mean. I know that the place is completely decayed. So you just need to hit the reset button and start afresh. And it's going to be a hard job. It's going to be a difficult job. But we'll roll up our sleeves and we will do it. And you'll be satisfied with what we do. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Alex. Please, guys, Dr. Alex's manifesto is on the Jumbotron, so feel free to go onto the website and engage the manifesto. A lot of questions that have been asked here has been addressed succinctly in the manifesto, so you may want to just do a follow-up reading and go through the manifesto later on. Okay, let's quickly take Chini and then we'll take Sir J.
Good evening, sir.
Okay, and I believe they will be the last because I must
Yes,
sign off
yes, yes.
momentarily.
Thank you for staying true to your purpose on this political journey. So I've read your manifesto. I like that you are talking about engaging qualified teachers, and I like that you're talking about the quality assurance measures you're putting in the education system. But 3-4 years ago, my mom is a teacher. 3-4 years ago, 11 months salary was written off. Subsequently, their current salary is either when they pay is about 50% of what they're actually supposed to earn. If you know about this, are there any plans to reconcile this? Because I know that teachers needs to be motivated to teach. Besides their passion for teaching, something else should bring them to school. Do you plan to reconcile this part of salary problems around the Abia State school system? Thank you.
All right, Sir J, can you come in now?
All right, thank you. Good evening, sir, and thanks for coming to speak with us. I'm Sajay. I'm from Ugunabo local government of Abia State. Much has been said about the health center, but I want to quickly ask you in practical terms. In your first 1 year in office, which road have you earmarked for construction or for reconstruction for the first 1 year? I'm sure you've gone around the state in course of your campaign and you've identified those roads. So we Abians who want to know those roads that you want to award in your first 1 year in office.
All right, so thank you very much, Sajay. Let me start with you. The until you get there, you may not know the exact state of things. One of the major problems I want to solve in the first 6 months is the salary issue, and I believe it needs to be dealt with. So most of the funds may be channeled into clearing salary arrears, pension arrears, and all that. So I'm very certain about that. The roads in Aba are of priority for me, for the simple reason that Aba is the cash cow of the Southeast. A combination of what you have in Onitsha and Nne we put together. So I believe that my priority will be Aba in the first 1 year. And of course, not forgetting the rest of the state. So I may not come out here now to say these are the roads. Of course, we know Port Harcourt Road is screaming every day. We know Fox Road that they spent almost 7 billion naira constructing is in a state of disrepair. We also know the impassable places like Ukumango, Hanku Road, and Muma Road, a lot of them. There's no road anywhere. So by the time we get in, we would do a quick study and then we'll prioritize. Then the question about teachers and salaries that are not properly paid or that are paid in bits and pieces. Yes, we will. It's not going to be difficult to reconcile all those. So when I say salaries are going to be paid, that would include the ones that they have messed up. I believe records will exist to reconcile all those numbers. And by the time they are reconciled, the outstanding will be paid. I guess that's where I'll leave it for now. And I would like to thank everyone that came on this call. I'd like to thank those that were not able to ask their questions. Unfortunately, I must run at this time. If there is an opportunity, sometime.
Miss Alex, you still have 3 more minutes, sir. You have 3 more minutes. So if you don't mind just taking the last set.
No, I said I was going to end here so that I can. They're already calling me, and I need to travel to the place I'm going.
So you
So if
said
you don't mind,
you said quarter past
yes.
9.
Just.
Oh, it's
It's
fine.
just
It's
when
fine.
they
It's fine.
attack my governor now. Waiting.
Because I used to make
so
we
Just
attack
one
so
am.
question, please. I've got
so
just one
so
question, please.
so we want to use the remaining time for closing remarks.
Yeah, sir. Please just thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your presence here. It's unfortunately wish you could go longer. We have a whole lot of people requesting the mic to ask you questions, and unfortunately, we cannot get all of them to speak. But we'll take reactions and wish you the best in your forthcoming elections. You could just sign out and tell your people what you need them to do going to these elections. Your voters are here listening to you. You can give them a parting shot. Thank you very much from the Violence team. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. All I will require of everyone is to come out on time, locate your polling unit. I believe you know your polling unit. Get there on time and ensure that the right thing is done. First of all, uh, have a look at the BVAS machine. We are told it will be used to ensure that the meter is reading 0000, meaning no accreditation has happened. And then accreditation and voting will start. By the time they are done, you should ensure that you are attentive to the counting process and then the transfer of the numbers into the form EC8A, and then it is then snapped with the BVAS, the Android BVAS, and then uploaded. Once that is done, the first phase of the project is done. But then if you are still agile, fit, and willing, you should accompany the BVAS, the INEC offices to the collation center at the residential area, which is also called ward, and from the ward to the local government. Once it is done and all the numbers have been entered correctly, you can then leave. The next thing that I would like you to do is to encourage everybody around you to please come out and vote. A lot of people have been disillusioned, have been disappointed with INEC over what happened less than 2 weeks ago. Our presidential candidate has said we shouldn't worry that he will reclaim his mandate. I believe him, he will reclaim his mandate. So we should actually go with anger and with violence this time around to ensure that we vote. And I believe that our votes will count. And by the time we've done that, we would have started our journey to reclaiming Abia State and building the Abia of our dream. So once again, thank you for having me here. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. See you next week. Probably by this time next week we'll be calling you Your Excellency. But thank you very much for the platform. Thank you for joining us. God bless you and wish you best of luck from this platform. All right, guys. The platform is open. I think we'll take reactions. You just heard the gubernatorial candidate of the LP, Mr. Dr. Alex Otti. Abians on the platform. Sorry that we could not get all your questions in. I think we'll open it up for you guys to react. What you think, what you heard, what you feel, and how prepared are you guys for the next elections? And I heard EU in Nigeria, EU are on space with us right now. You guys are listening to the Violence Space, EU Nigeria. We do not support the shambles of the elections that was held on February 25th. Our mandate was stolen. The mandate of Nigerians was stolen, and a criminal was declared the president. That is not our president. If you guys go ahead to congratulate him, you guys are doing it against the will of the Nigerian people. Nigerians did not vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We voted for Peter Obi, and our mandate was stolen. So EU in Nigeria, please take that back home. I know you guys are listening. Take that back home and let them know that Nigerians overwhelmingly did not vote for the man posturing right now as the presidential candidate. And hopefully, you guys can truly monitor these elections that's going to happen this weekend and truly give the international community the real feedback of the sham of the elections, INEC, and we know that you guys are funding INEC also. So please, if it means you guys cutting your fundings, if it means you guys letting your the donors understand that the money you guys have been spending INEC has not been put to use, that the INEC chairman is a criminal himself, he is in bed with the ruling party. Please do your job. Please, it is important you guys really pass out the message for Nigerians out there. It is a shame that we cannot speak. Our media is gagged, so you cannot get the real information. Come up here on the platform. You guys are here. Listen to real Nigerians come out and speak. So thank you for being on the platform with us, EU in Nigeria. Hopefully, our voices will truly be heard and the will of the people will really count in this coming week. Thank you very much. All right, Zos, I don't know if we're going to open up the space for reactions. Guys, please, the space is going to be as open for us. Probably we'll take an hour or two, just take reactions. Sorry for those that could not ask questions. I just want to laugh first. Somebody asked a question. He said it is crazy how we are in Nigeria. He said, let me read this question. He said, can you confirm who Dr. Alex Otti, where you're from? Are you from Isi Alangwa? Abia, from waiting? Confirm it for the question. I'm like, why are we at this point in time? Even in his own Abia state now, people are still asking where he's from or where is this? Is it where he's from that matters, or the good governance that you're looking for? Are you not tired of voting in? You're voting your brother Ikpazu voted this one that are criminals. Are you not tired? And you really wanted to come up on this? Honestly, I didn't even came up on this space. Other question, I go come out my shed. Two of us go fight for this platform. We go fight. Oh, go fight that poto. You know, say me I like that kind. I go fight. I go bite you for tongue. Which kind of talk be that one? Nigeria's business is 2023. Please, we should outgrow some certain things. Please. We should outgrow some certain things. We have suffered enough as a people. I beg. Otumba, come in, Abijari, I beg. Welcome. Thank you, Enzos and Ngozi, I beg. Thank you guys for holding it down. Thank you. All right, guys, let's take reactions to the conversation with Mr. Otti. If you have anything you think he did, for me, I was satisfied. I'm always on the man that's prepared for governance, actually. So it was just for him just coming up here to reassure us and just talk to his people. But for me, I'm ready. I can't wait. I'm finally going to buy land. Let me go and price land in Abia because
Mute your mic.
what is talking there? What is talking? Before EU in Nigeria, please, we are not doing women gender. Oh, thank you. I come, before I go say we are discriminating against women. EU in Nigeria. All right. Ngozi talk, please. Ngozi talk, please. Abia woman. Abia,
I no talk. I no talk. You want go buy land for Abia? See this one. We not go sell land give you for Abia State. All right. I don't
Because
know who wants to
I thought
speak.
it was only Yorubas. You didn't sell land to, according to APC.
Oh,
I
APC,
just, oh my God, that
Guys,
party is demonic. I just had to know that.
get to the body group, Juba. I swear. And you see, if you have conversations, if you have APC friends and you have conversation with them in the past last week, all of them are saying the same thing. Oh,
O-
you are not selling land to Yoruba in Igbo
Otumba,
land. Ah,
Do you know the greatest sin? I would say the greatest problem that we have in Nigeria is that people don't travel. People don't travel. Many of these people have not crossed. They have not crossed, but they have not crossed. They have not crossed Ibadan. They have not crossed. They don't even know anything about Nigeria. They have not gone anywhere. APC are the bunch of the most useless set of Nigerians. The most enclosed set of Nigerians. The people that have not crossed any region. You have just stayed in. Either you have stayed only in the north. You have never left the north. You have stayed only in the west. You have never left the west. Or you have never traversed Nigeria. You have never traveled because these people don't. If you have traveled down Nigeria, you'll be shocked. Sometimes I marvel at if you know the Yoruba community that is in the southeast, Otumba, you'll be
I've heard,
shocked.
I've heard about them a lot. And people. I keep saying this when, just like you said, even here in the US, it's the same problem. When you've never left your state, you don't know things beyond your state. Your mind or your experience is confined to just that geographical location. So yeah, you can't think, you can't see how things work. So I mean, there are Yorubas everywhere. There are huge Hausa communities in the southeast that live and thrive in peace. I mean,
My brother, that's why I can't wait for APC to go, man.
These
That
guys
party is
don't. They don't. They
cancer.
don't. They just.
APC is cancer. APC is a cancer in Nigeria.
Oh God, have
It's
mercy.
cancerous. Followed by boot party too. So
Otumba. Otumba, I know they quick forgive God. This guy
no, no, no.
suffering.
They've called us. They've called us.
Ozuma.
Right? Yeah. I don't want to say it. Before we take reaction, I'm wearing my Peter BLP zombie tag. Since they've called us zombies, that we are not independent thinking. So I'm wearing that tag, and I'm saying, okay, so we're zombies. You know, we've won a lot of. I've won a lot of tag. I've won the IPOB tag. I've won the bastard tag. I've won tags you can go on. So zombies is.
You don't wear bastard tag. Oh,
I've
Oma,
got a lot.
eh.
I've got a lot of tags. So zombie is the last tag I'm scared to wear. So, but seriously, Saddam, listening to Mr. Alex Otti was very refreshing. I mean, I've read his manifesto. I've been following him. I think I would say this. He was probably one of the first Labour Party candidates that I know right from the get go hit the ground running. You know, some of them it took a while for the others to come along. But if there was one state that I knew right from onset, even when the obedient movement was still, we were still in the, well, I'm not Jack, so I didn't form the movement, but when we were in the forming early stages,
Where was in the
like
trenches?
around June, July, you could tell there was a lot of movement. So I'm excited. I mean, just his qualifications, his experience, the way he broke. I said I've never been part.
Otumba, come make we go. Now factory will go open for Abao. I dey tell you. My brother just hit me up for them. Say, forget
Shut
it.
up.
We get
Shut
family
up
land for
your
Abase.
mouth. It's
The
not
chief
about
family
you
land.
come
What
from.
is talking?
Worry. You will be
Your job has finished.
And
Your job has
I like,
expired.
I'm glad, remember I mentioned the China comment before he came on, and he said the same thing. There's no way, Zoe's brought up the Vietnam comparison also. There's no way Aba should not become the industrial hub of West Africa.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying East or Nigeria. Like the amount of expertise, the experience, it's proven. I used to say that growing up in Lagos, it was two things. It was either made in China or made in Aba. Seriously, like that was the where we grew up with, whether it was clothing or shoe footwear. So and if all you need is just the right and with his experience, especially in the banking sector. I mean, and see, I don't know. At some point in time, I think if I want to redo my career, I think I need to go into finance and become a trader because it looks like all the best candidates we have a relationship with either finance or in banking or because he just tells you he understands what it takes to move Nigeria forward. So I'm excited, and I think him and a lot of governors we're going to have, whether it's Enugu, Lagos, they will be the model for what governance should be in Nigeria. I'm excited, So,
Bro, the next 4 years, by the grace of God, will be a clear difference. As in, when you see governance in LP states and you see governance in APC states, are only borrow.
bro, and
And
that's what they're telling me in the South. That's what I'm hoping for because I remember how they were using Fashola to campaign in other states. I remember
mm-hmm.
vividly very well. They used Fashola as a talking point after when it came on in 2007. So they were saying, oh, it replicates. I mean, it did work. I won't lie. It did some things, but they were using Fashola as a yardstick. That's what APC used. One of the campaign tactics they use around the Southwest. So I can't wait to where I can tell people, especially in my state, hey, look at Lagos, what GRV is doing in Lagos. Look at what Alex Otti is doing in Abia, what Mr. Frank is doing in Enugu, and what Mr. Ashke is doing in Kaduna or Dakum in Plateau or Mrs. Etubo in River State, hopefully, and say, okay, this is example of what the Labour Party stands for. And I've always made that distinction, why I'm wearing the Labour Party tag so hard is at some point we're not activists. We understand to make political changes, you need a political home. It's not rocket science. It's just there's no anywhere in the world, as long as you're in a democratic system where leaders are elected from political parties, you need a political platform to make changes. And I keep urging obedience. I know Labour Party as it right now is unattractive, but we have a shot to change it and define the party in a way that represents us. So thank you, Mr. Alex Otti, for giving us time. I wish you could stay longer. I really wish you could stay longer because
honestly, I did. Honestly, but I don't think him is coming to sell himself right now. He's already sold out. He won an election in his state, so I'm not even. He's not. I just feel like he just come and talk. Let his people know that. Oh yeah, so this one see they talk for social media. He has the job already cut out for him already. So
Which is very humbling, which shows his humble character. Because you're right, he really didn't have to come and talk to us. Like there was
yeah,
no,
he was. He
there's
was. He
no,
was. They
yeah.
were, his people
So
were my. They were people. His
yeah,
people were my DM on Saturday. They were like he was here on Saturday. You remember? He came up and just said hi. Like he would
yes,
like
yeah.
to be with us. So he wants to talk to his people actually. So he's that governor that he's a listening person. So hopefully it is LP all the way.
And
Um,
we have a
let's open up. I think
promising,
we open the space now for people to react.
yes.
But before then, let me just give them like 1 minute jam. Eh?
We, the people, want to say clearly that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not our president-elect.
That your jam quality today.
All right, guys. I'm just looking forward to the labor that will be crying all through this weekend. Please, guys, bring in the. I know that LP of 25th will be child's play. What will happen this weekend? People. Choir yourself go come vote this one. Choir go come. They go
Okay,
open
people
church.
will react for the you will see LP what do you call orchestra, LP
People,
arrangements, musical arrangements.
people go open church for polling units this week. Please, guys, be energized. All right. Zos Eltuma, please just the honors now. Bring up speakers. Let's have speakers react to the whole conversation so far.
All
Thank
right, bro. All right, bro. All right, bro. All right, let's take Ichie DK. Ichie DK has been here
No,
for,
no, Iche just came now, so Saba.
and then comrades. So I'll
Wait,
take
see, coming and it, let me tell the whole space together. You
now
know,
them now. So we'll take Ichie and then comrades. So calm down, comrade.
Comrade, calm down. Okay, thank you very much, Zos. Thank you, Saddam and Ngozi and everybody on the space. I mean, I grew up in Abba, so just listening to Alex Otti address a lot of the issues facing the state, it just really makes me just proud. We know that we voted him in the last election, but they stole our mandate. But this time around, we'll not let them steal our mandate again. I believe he addressed a lot of the issues when he said he's going to focus on Abba. In fact, it gave me the joy that I need because Abba is that city. If you see the kind of creativity, I heard you people talking about it, but if you've not lived there, you won't even understand the level of creativity happening in Abba. There is nothing that cannot be produced in Abba. Every single thing can be produced in Abba, I tell you, and in different qualities. It depends on how much you're able to pay. If you want to pay for quality, they give you quality. If you want to pay for low quality, they give you every single thing, and they can duplicate whatever. So you just need to manage that creativity, and it will just blossom. What is happening now is that the whole city is deteriorating. A lot of the youths are falling into criminality just because of people are being disoriented, lack of road, the schools infrastructure is dilapidated. A lot of issues facing that place that used to blossom. Even the sports that used to be so high there in Imba and a lot of things are now going down because of how it's being managed by the governors that we've had in the past 16 years. So I'm happy that he's contesting again. Everybody in at least Abba that I know are poised to vote for Alex Otti. Everybody is waiting for him. Everybody wants to vote him, and I'm sure that everybody will protect their votes this weekend. So, and thank you, all of
you for, the violence space for bringing up all these our governorship candidates. At least let them come and speak to us. People familiarize themselves with the governors and just hear what they have to do. And I'm so proud that we are putting our this thing behind them, because we need to support our party. We need to build the structures of this party. We need to build the structures of this party so that it will in turn support our presidential candidate. So I'm really happy what is happening, and I'm encouraging my people, because I am not happy right now, to go out vote for Alex Otti over the weekend. So thank you very much, Zos, Emir, Sirdam, and Ngozi. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Comrade, please come in quickly and
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. So, Tumba, I like what you said early on one space, that you don't want to be an activist every election cycle, and that calls for the need to start building Labour Party. And that was quite funny, but true. Yeah. So, Sirdam, I like that song you play. So it reminded me of something somebody tweeted that I cannot wait on Saturday to go and vote LP, just like the cocaine addict cannot wait to sniff his next dose of cocaine. So voting for LP now is now addictive. Yeah, so Zos, you are like INEC, you bypass the beavers during the question time and even now to give each the mic. But it's okay. So I was happy Alex Otti spoke, to be honest. Like, I'm not in doubt about his capacity. Okay. When I look at his time as a banking executive in Diamond Bank, he transformed Diamond. So his capacity is never in doubt. So I'm sure that he will transform the state. So, but the thing I wanted to know is, because you see, the Nigerian state is a criminal enterprise, an active crime scene, and you see that Abia state is a cornerstone of that structure of criminality. All past governors of Abia state have been proven kleptocrats. You understand? So I wanted to know, like, because Alex Otti, I wish he have a harsh voice like Sirdam. I'll have confidence about his will to fight corruption, but he's soft-spoken. So I wanted to know, what is his philosophy about recovering the stolen commonwealth of the state? Will he be gentlemanly about it and move forward, or will he aggressively recover what have been stolen? Because no Abia state government have done any work. They don't pay salary. They don't build infrastructure. What are they doing with these allocations and IGR they generated? So that was my question. But anyways, we'll wait to see. Yeah, thank you, Sirdam, for this space. Thank you, Zos. Thank you, Ngozi. Thank
My
you,
brother.
everyone.
Let me answer for you, man. I'll just give you a reference. Peter Obi no get hard man voice. In fact, I get the most babyest voice for the whole movement of this. So in fact, so you understand, it's not by voice, eh? It is by by antecedents of see, any banker, take it to the banker. Say the banker does not want to work. Any banker that comes out there understands how to block loopholes, understand how to checkmate corruption. It is their job. There's Sabian. Except that banker is a thief, like Obiano, that will not come in and start continuing the stealing. But if someone that comes and wants to work, understands how for me, I'm not going to come out and say any girl, he should start going up pushing all these old thieves. Peter Obi always say, you don't lock your shop and go after thieves. You continue to the sell market, they block the loophole, so that thief will come steal again. It's easier for you to stop the stealing and use the ones you have going forward. The ones who don't steal, allow them, find ways. You should not start pursuing more. These thieves just make you the next 4 years for you ungovernable in Abia State. Allow them, when they carry on, don't steal, they go. Use the one that is not. Abia has a whole lot of potential that you should not even let them steal all the generation of Abia before you enter power. There's enough potential in that state that the next 4 years we should see light. So please, brother, let's leave those thieves where they carry they go. We're looking at a new Nigeria. I hope that one have allied your fears. Not be by voice, so thank you. All right, Zos, back to you.
All right, bro. Thank you. Let's quickly take EK and then Chidubem. Actually, I'm going to come to you in a bit, yeah? You, your family, so...
Now, actually, they do jump like this.
Actually, na family. Family member. Uncle Odo has been here now, so let's take Chidubem and then Ike, or rather the other way around, Ike and Chidubem.
Okay. Hi everyone. To be honest, I just want to appreciate you guys for the work you do. Sirdam, you've done a very good job this week from Enugu State. There's been a lot of propaganda against him, a lot of stuff said about him, and it was difficult to defend him at first because when he was local government chairman, I was just a child playing in in the school then. We spent 1 year in the village then. He's from our local government, so I know a thing or two about him. The questions that were asked were really, really intense. Questions I would expect our media to ask, but unfortunately, Sheon Akinboye will only ask, do you have watchers? Can you defend the vote? Can you beat them? Can you not them? Can you run? Can you shout? I mean, that is the kind of question we get. So, and the impressive thing is that it was on Sunday where Saddam asked him that, where is the manifesto? He had manifesto. I've been asking his team to send me their manifesto. They have not sent it to. He said he's working on it. When I went to sleep, I said, come on, this Morgan no get manifesto. We don't die. It's okay. Let me just hope that he will release the manifesto. So I was just going out for lunch and then I saw that he had released the manifesto. That is the obedient spirit. Did you get the point?
Actually, my brother, let me don't vex. They sent me the manifesto that night. And it's up. I just put it on the Jumbotron, actually. It's up there right now. So everybody in Enugu State, please check out the manifesto. It's up on the Jumbotron. But go on, my brother.
Yes, he actually released it yesterday or Monday. He released it on Monday. It was yesterday, I think. Yesterday was Monday, right? Yes. He released it yesterday. And that was following, that is the obedient spirit. Because I am very sure he didn't plan to release the manifesto to the public. I don't know if...
I know. Okay, I think he already had the
No, he
manifesto.
already had the
But
manifesto. But
his problem was there wasn't a lot of work done on social media, so he felt like he had no presence whatsoever.
Yes, I get that bit. But what that shows is that we can actually hold these guys' legs to the fire. We can actually hold them accountable. We can actually push them to do the right thing. And that really gave me a kind of motivation. And I'm a public servant. And what I do basically, I'm now on my path to my PhD. I have to, because of the election, I have to postpone my studies. So I'll go back to school from April. What I will now be doing is to be analyzing their policies and putting it out there for people to look at and see if it makes sense. Because it encourages me that, okay, if I talk about what they are doing and we talk about what they are doing and we push them in a certain way, they can actually do it. We can actually hold them accountable. That gives me pride in a way to say, yes, the conversation is taking place. It's not just one boy from where he come now, installing governors in Enugu State anyway he likes. So I'm very, very proud of that. And I think that is a big achievement that we've done. Let me round up on this point. Don't be discouraged on Saturday. Go out and vote. Please, when you go to vote, if you have a cell phone, it's a very powerful tool. Use it for evidence gathering. Okay. As much as possible, try to know who the PO is. If you can take his picture, take his picture. Try to know who the first voter is. If there is a incident on your polling,
So please
wrap
wrap
up
up
now.
quickly.
Just gather as much evidence as you are. Don't even need to. Just gather as much evidence as you are. Take picture of the polling unit result on the wall on this thing. Why I'm saying this is, from what I've seen, from what I know, there is going to be a massive rigging scheme on Saturday. Not on the polling unit in the collection center. You need evidence from everybody to fight them. We will try to stop them on that day. If we fail, we will stop them in the court. I yield the mic. Thank you.
We will
All
not
right.
fail. Oh. We will stop them there. I
Well,
beg.
exactly. The aim is to is to not let what happened last 2 weeks Saturdays to happen again. So we are much wiser now. Chidubem, please comment quickly, and please pay attention to either the host or myself or the co-host waving the waving hand emoji, please, so you can wrap up your submission. Chidubem.
All right, guys. Good evening, everyone. Professor Saddam, Well done, sir. So you guys are really doing a good job. And, for me, listening to Alex tonight, it was really, I would say, like, I was full of mixed feelings. Because I remember, like, before I left Nigeria, I was working in Port Harcourt, and a couple of times we drove to Abia maybe to buy things in Ariari and stuff like that. And man, that time it was this other the past governor before this foolish man that is there now.
It's your
Exactly. So like your car is literally somersaulting, and then that's more like the small opportunity you are having to look through your glasses. You are seeing big boss everywhere with Uchendo is walking. Uchendo, like, as in, like, I could look this thing, I could say, which kind of madness, like, what level of madness is this one? And then, like, the man finished piling Abba, and they handed it over to flyover man, and then flyover man now, like, so for me, I was like listening to Alex, like, those days were really just flashing back, and it was so much pain because what was going on in my mind is Abia State has someone like this, and yet, like, they have just been suffering for literally like human induced problem, because it's purely leadership. Like, everything where they see they suffer now on the leadership. But on the other side, like, it gives me quite some hope, like something to really look at for, that at least like, the situation is not going to remain as it has been. There seems to be some light at the end of the tunnel. And I really just wanted to ask him, like, how prepared he was for the election, because I've also seen a couple of videos where, like, people are making death threats, which of course is normal, like PDP, and Ibazo will probably want to copy Wike's template. So how he plans to really make sure that people's vote counts. But I think he understands the terrain. Listening to him, I am very confident, because I feel he understands the problem. He's been on ground for quite a long time. And I'm really hopeful that Abia State will take a new turn beginning from next Saturday. Thanks, guys, for the work you're doing, and cheers to all obedience. Bye.
All right, thank you very much, Chidubem. I'm gonna take spotlight now, spotlight, and then we'll take Nello. We've had so much male voices, so I'm gonna go with females back to back. So spotlight and Nello, get ready, Nello.
Am I going first?
yeah, please
Yes, please.
spotlight.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay, so reaction time. First, I'm so happy. I listened all through. I'm also happy that Ngozi is from my from Abia State, so we're actually very close to each other in terms of where we come from. I think Otumba was the one that mentioned that Alex Otti is one of the most prepared, like one of the earliest governors that keyed into this obedience movement and the LP, the LP channel. I totally agree. He's been prepared right from 2015 when, like he said, he was rigged out of the election. And, some of us in Abia State then, we actually knew him. And it was such a painful one for us because, they were saying they wanted someone from Abia, from Abia, Gong. And okay, it was okay as well. But when the guy came in, this is 8 years, and he just wasted our time. He just wasted our time. So yes, I just really pray that things will turn around for us this time. And thankfully, with the level of awareness as well, the level of citizen participation as well, I believe that they will not be able to do what they usually do because everybody's eyes are on the election now. Yes, and again, one other thing that struck me in all of these discussions that we've been having is the is what made in Aba products used to be and what they stand for right now. Before now, there was a time when in Nigeria, well, made in Aba products were actually regarded. But with all the politics that we've experienced in Nigeria, all the politics of divide and rule, you find at the end of the day, what the line tried to do was like to water down Aba or the products that are made in Aba as something or as things that were not that actually stand for substandard. And that's where one of the problems that we are facing right now started from. So any governor and hopefully Alex Otti, when he comes in, will need to do a lot of branding for Aba products to actually be viable. In our individual capacities, we know that these things are not the way they are being painted. Like someone also mentioned, you can have different levels of quality. It's just about formalizing the knowledge that these people have, helping them to organize their creativity, harness them in a way that they can meet some thresholds. And hopefully, Dr. Alex, when he comes in, he's able to work with professionals that will help to formalize these creative energies that are all over the place now. They are all over the place. If you want other people to build iPhone for you, I'm sure they can. They can strip things. I've been in fact, when you've lived in Aba, you cannot, if you go to other places, you will just be missing Aba for some of the things some of the resources that you easily tap into that you cannot find elsewhere, or that will be so expensive when you are in other cities. Aba is an incredible place, but successive governors, they fail to harness the people's energies, and this is really, really worrisome and very concerning. And Alex Otti is someone I know that he will work very closely with Peter Obi, whether, as in with Peter being a president and everything, he's someone that will work very closely with him in making sure that that area becomes like a hub. So it's in the best interest of everyone in Nigeria to ensure that Alex Otti becomes the governor of Abia State, where, like you said, 32 out of 36 in ease of doing business. I'm sure if you look further in other indices, in terms of IGR, we're also below par. And that is that's something that shouldn't be when you look at the kind of things that can take place within that space. So it's actually in our best interest to, work with anybody in a bar, all the people. I'm sure anyway, most people here are already obedient. So it's just about scaling it and making sure that our people, if you're not in a bar, people back home, even my mom is listening to the space. When he was talking, I had to make sure that she was listening because she's in a band with other family members. When Sirdam was talking about mosquitoes, Aba is a place where we call them iron mosquitoes. They can penetrate your glass, especially if you are living close to areas that have burrow pits and all those artificial water. I don't know what they call. I've forgotten what they call them now. Places. So there are lots of problems. And funny enough, Aba is a place that is actually not very complicated to govern. The people are they're not aggressive. You don't have militancy. They are fairly simple persons that just want to do business. So just this ingredient, leadership, is what has set these people so far back that they're now synonymous with waste, with dirty environments, with very bad roads. So I really pray that we get it right this time. I will put in all we can. And this is a warning to INEC too. I mean, they should just be very careful, because other people can also be very angry. So just to thank everyone again for being here, and for me, we'll just keep doing what we're doing, hoping that at the end of the day, we'll all, have the change that we deserve and we desire. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I yield.
Thank you so much, my sister Spotlights, for that very, very touching and beautiful submission. Quickly, Nello.
Sorry, so actually, please check your WhatsApp. Thank you.
Okay, actually, check your WhatsApp. Nello, please come in here, please.
All right. Hi, those. Hi, Emir Sirdam.
Hey, This one where you go sabbatical. You go sabbatical leave.
You're supposed to be like, hey, welcome back, welcome back, welcome
Oh,
back.
well,
I
you
didn't sit down. Emery sit down.
my sister. Now Wagadugo, you go Abida. Where you go hide?
Now you go find trouble. They change name up and down.
Hey, welcome back, bro. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm always here though, always listening, but but it's all right. Hi, Ngozi. Godam, my favorite people. Not too bad.
I say Nello no one speak for this space again. Please, next person.
Because your head no correct, I swear.
Come, because if you do one more of that, you go down. What's that? You think this is 1 million match space? You come and meet. If you meet any of our speaker, you decide.
Abeg, you
You
dey
see
make
yourself.
noise. Abeg,
Please,
all
this
this
is
your
good.
mouth. Abeg, Nello, continue.
Ngozi, you know, see me, I know they talk for your matter, but for this
She
one,
don't. She don't
I go
drop already.
disarm you.
She
I go
don't drop
disarm
already.
you.
This one violence space. You come violence space. What can they do? This.
Uh-uh.
All of us in our gender equality for this space. Where
Every
they do.
every Saddam, this is
Saddam, now
unacceptable.
your marriage with Ngozi would wait for you.
You don't go there. She's already down in the economy flight. Now she's down in the economy zone. Yeah? Let
Hello,
us
my
speak.
sister Spotlight. Good to see you. Always lovely. Love to hear from you all the time. You're just, in fact, you know what? Anytime Spotlight, I just imagine the Spotlight looks like, our First Lady because this is the face that, we've always associated you with. It's all good. All right. Yeah, Saddam, well done, you guys. Well done. As in, it's just amazing, all the people that you're able to pull onto the violence space. And we all listen and hear their plans. And we have them all, documented. So, by God's grace, come Saturday when they win, you know, we would definitely hold them accountable. So I just want to come on and just say well done to you guys. As in, who knew we were going to go this far, when we started this violence space? Literally, we started this space, just to be able to hear ourselves, without all the gaslighting and everything. And it's so beautiful to see how far we've come. So I just wanted to come and say kudos. And yeah, looking forward to Saturday elections. We'll be here. And as always, guys, get ready because the establishments, they are not playing. You shook them the last time. So they are going to be ready for us. But we're also ready for them because, we are more than them. I don't know how many they are. We are about 200 million of us, so we are definitely more than them. So come ready, come prepared. And yeah, thank you. I yield my mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister Nello, and welcome back from your hiatus. It's
All
glad to have
right,
you.
Miss Adolph, bye.
Welcome back, Nello. Welcome back. All right, let's go with
Look, I want to say if Burkina Gary can request a mic. I know there's a runoff in Kano also happening pretty soon,
Oh
and
yeah,
I
yeah,
hope
yeah.
you can
He's
come and
he's
touch on that.
requested. Let me bring
There's a
him up.
runoff between LP and NMPP, which is very hard, and it's one of the Asian cities in Kano where this runoff is taking place. So,
For which position are they?
House of Rep, Federal House of Rep.
Oh wow, that's nice.
Yes. So you have an LP running off against NMPP in Kano. So that's great news for me. So Abukina Gary, please, if you have a minute, come up and shed more light on that.
All right, I'm trying to bring him up, but I think there's a problem. But before he comes up, let's take Oduakaji's reaction and then Papichulo.
Yeah, thank you guys for for having me, and most importantly for hosting Alex. Alex has been preparing for this job. Those of you who are talking about manifesto, he actually wrote the first one in the form of a book, I think in 2014, which was launched in Lagos before he headed back. So he had a clear plan, which is what I liked about him. I think he needs all our prayers. The guys who were there they were just not bothered about anything. 30 months of salaries. And if it's not Abia, I mean, if it's in any other city, there will be an IDP camp set up. But Abia people will always find a way. I mean, when I was doing my work experience with Shell in Port Harcourt, I was taking goods to the staff there when I come back for the weekend, and I was making more money from. So we know the doll. Yeah, some really good things. He's thought about it, and quite pragmatic and also bold as well. One thing he touched on, which was the point I was making to some friends a few years back, is he understands the flow of money. And I think it was when he was answering that sister on PPP, he just said, let me not say much, but so they understand how to leverage and bring and channel funding to do some major stuff. So I'm really excited, and he mentioned my Ohafia town as well as a place that should be a town. It's already a town anyway. So yes, I'm happy. My sister and her family say this one is even more important for them than the presidential election, which I thought was a joke, but she meant it. If you just imagine the previous two people already had case. Otti had already been found guilty and jailed, but technicality that the judge that jailed him had been promoted by the time he pronounced the judgment. So he's there. The other one was let off because he was too old and vulnerable to COVID and shouldn't have been in the police custody. In police custody. So we have two criminals making laws for Nigeria. But let me yield. I put something on the chart because someone asked about corruption. He promised to bring them to book. So let's see how he gets on. Thank you very much, everybody, again, and all the best to Alex, an old boy of Ngwahai, if I may add.
Thank you very much, Uncle Odo Akaji. Papichulo, please quickly come in.
Zos. Good evening. Emir Sirdam. Oh, wahala now we go Virgin and Ngozi for this space last. Anyway, Otuba, I greet you. I greet everybody. Savik, I don't know Savik now from Abia State too. That's nice. Spotlight, you too. That's good. I really want to thank you guys for bringing him. It's really overwhelming. It's something that I've been craving for, and I want to say this year he's going to be the first governor-elect of Labour Party by the grace of God. I will be here to celebrate most of our governor-elect. This movement is divine and it's there for everybody to see. Let us not give up. Guys, don't think that your vote didn't counted. I just want to encourage everyone. In fact, we need to go out and vote en masse. Talk to your families, your relatives. Some people must have, fallen by the wayside. Don't give up. Don't give up. Talk to everybody around you, across boards, across all states. We need all the votes that we can get. So vote Labour Party from top to bottom. That is the goal. We don't need the runoff in anywhere. When at the year runoff, I know the day happy, but I know we are winning and nothing can stop. This is a divine force. God bless you guys, man. Good night.
Okay, thank you very much, bro. Thanks for those very encouraging words and the inspiration and motivation that you have spoken. Much appreciated. I believe you are from Abia State, so that's fine. All right, let's take Citizen Dama. Citizen Dama has been here for a bit, and then Savik. Citizen Dama, the space is yours, sir. If you are available, otherwise, let's quickly move on to Savik. Citizen Dama? Okay, Savik, please come in.
Okay, thank you so much, Zos. I just wanted to kind of react to what Dr. Alex Otti, which I think is going to be the incoming governor of Abia State. Abia State could pass as the worst governed state in the whole Nigeria since 1999 that democracy came back. So, people from Abia State, if they start lamenting, you could see where they're coming from, because the state is been right from Ojos Okalo to Theodoji to this I don't want to use a foul word on him, but Okezi Bazo is just, it's just something that is so annoying, right? So having a seasoned technocrat with great ideas coming on board through the Labour Party to take over the helms of affairs in Abia State is so refreshing, and it gives you this kind of warm embrace that something good is going to come of Abia State. So it's a good thing. I really have listened to Alex to a very long time, even before when he contested in 2015. I've been a fan, so I know he's going to do well. He has all it takes to deliver Abia State. The one that actually touched me is when he talked about the light rail. And I was meaning to ask him where he's going to get the funding from, right? When he said he was going to connect, a whole lot of those pocket of activities around that, they say, with a light rail. I know that's going to cost a bunch, but if I have some back end channel, I'm going to ask him how he intends to get money to do that. But anyway.
Sadiq, let me before you go on, let me just tell you a short story. I think I've said this story on this platform before of a friend I met that owns. If you could mute my brother, thank you. Of a friend I met that owns some of the biggest casinos in Nigeria, and he's actually half Scottish, a full blown Igbo man, but he has his Scottish this thing, and he has been in Scotland for about 30 years. And he came back to Nigeria, and he has friends. All these, when you see all these transport systems, all these rails, they're private companies that own them in the Western world that build them. So he came back to Nigeria with the view of bringing some of his friends that let them come and build this same rail line connects the whole southeast, starting from Imo State. And that was when Rochas was the governor. So he came, met the commissioner of works, and commissioner of works took it to Rochas, and all they were asking all this, what is the need for us? What is the need for us? It got so to the point that he was so demoralized and was like, I'm trying to bring benefit for my people, and all you guys, if you ask me what is the need for us, how do I go and start telling my friends abroad now, the white man, what is the need for? Do you understand the bureaucracy, the way these people make things that are meant to be so easy for us become so difficult? I heard when Otti was talking about the Chinese. It is the easiest thing you can do, just go and meet the Chinese. Enter partnership with them. Just come, and all you do is we give you a concession for the next 15 years. Build this light rail for us across the whole state. Collect 30% of this thing. Pay us 70%. You don't have to spend one kobo as a government. Don't spend 1 naira. Companies will come and build all these things, but we have wicked. See, bro, our leaders. So when most times when we talk on this platform, people don't understand from the part of anger. I feel, because it is so easy to get this stuff done. You're celebrating Blue Rail in Lagos when it is something that you don't know as a government has no business with doing all those projects. You have no
You're
business doing it.
100% right. U.S. Railways is privately owned.
Private.
Far back at time, it's privately owned. What you just have is you have a regulatory agency that oversees,
God.
maybe safety issues or things like that. That's you don't actually have to. That money doesn't have to come out from your state's budget.
A kobo. You spend one kobo.
You offer okay. Let me. You offer land. You can maybe pay for, let's say they're going to take off some buildings. You can work a payment scheme where you pay maybe 1.5 market value of those buildings that you're going to demolish.
and then make sure, and then contract it out to a private firm. They will run it, for as long as it takes, and you can negotiate a good deal that your people benefit. And this is how dumb they are. Even if as a politician you want to siphon money, you know what the smart people do here? Then you actually own private companies that take contracts from the private firm. So you but these people
Otumba,
are
our
so
leaders are the
dumb.
dumbest
They
set
are
of
so
them.
dumb. Like
They
they
are
have
so dumb.
no
Forget,
sense.
see, if you with the way Nigeria is structured, if you even want to steal, the best way to steal is when you walk. You will see, if I want, I go walk, and Nigerians go to shout my name everywhere. You go steal, like you will steal everything. Bring in private people inside that country and see what they will do. They will scatter your state with projects. People will be shouting. What is our governor? I was watching the national state governor today. I won't cry. He say, waiting concern am with one term. When they call am one term now, say if he finish, he go return and go America or Dubai. Hi, I want mad. You understand what I'm saying? You're too shameless to the point that you're saying if one term that you finish and retire to. This is how stupid the leaders who have been elected in that country. And that's why if I see APC and PDP people, I make Sabi continue.
Yeah, so I think that's a very good submission there. If that's going to be a private partnership, because I know he has a lot to do in Abia State that requires funding, right? The backlog of salaries that they talked about is a lot. That's a lot to do. In fact, let me just tell you the truth. Abia State has not been governed for the past 30 years. I'm telling you, nothing is going on there. Nothing has been done there. The city is filled with garbage. The roads are horrible. The salaries are being owed. It's just a messy state right now. So that's why I'm not really I don't envy him, right? If he wins, I don't envy him because he's gonna be dealing with a lot of mess. He's going to be dealing with a lot of mess. So I believe if he has that foresight, of bringing in a private partnership to do that, that's gonna go a long way to help out in alleviating some of those financial burden, that the state is gonna have. And another thing I wanted to add is something that people said during the interview yesterday, about them bringing in democratic institutions, to help train Labour Party politicians to help them, bring in good governance. And so I think I want to key into. I know I'm digressing a little bit, but I want to key into what Akin said. If you are a young mind that wants to join politics, that wants to, help change the direction that this country is going right now, please go and key in right now, because the Labour Party is the future of the country, right? Because what you guys are saying now, just imagine we have someone like Alex Otti running governorship in Abia State. We had Badebo running in governor of Lagos State. We have all these guys, and they are all mentees of Peter Obi. Just imagine the level of governorship you're going to be having. So every single person here, that wants to help change the narrative of our country, go in and key in right now, because ultimately the future is in Labour Party. Because the level of good governance that we are going to be churning out in the next couple of years is going to turn the country around. So by the time PO and the leadership of Labour Party bring in these democratic institutions to come help train some of these folks, how to deliver good governance, that's gonna be a window for those that want to participate in the electoral system. Those that want to be fully politician. You don't need to be fully politician, but at least you need to be part of it. You can be doing your job, but at least you want to contribute your quota to make the country better. So please, every single person that this is your opportunity right now to key in, right? Because don't say, "Oh, I don't have the experience." But if you have the mindset, right? If you know that what you are going in there is to better the country, please go in there, because there's going to be additional help that you're going to receive in terms of mentorship, in terms of tutoring, and then in terms of help that you're going to receive. I just want to put it out there, because a lot of folks are going to say, I'm not a politician. No, you don't need people that you are better than to be in political offices, making decisions that are going to affect you. So if you know you have what it takes, please join. Join. And most of us that are not in country, we are going to help in any way or form we can to help you folks that are on ground. So I just wanted to put it out there, Saddam. Thank you so much. I yield at this point. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Savik. What you said is very, very true, considering the fact that a lot of people, abstain from politics because we thought it was a dirty game, and getting yourself muddled in politics would, mean you having to spend a lot of money and all of that. But now Peter has paved the way for a new brand of politics that is being played in Nigeria, which is a politics of the Nigerian people coming to support their own and their choice and actually fighting for it. I say this a lot of times. People in the north actually know this politics more than, I'm sorry, I may be wrong, but that's my own take. They know this politics more than people from other regions, because they stay and they protect their votes, fight for their candidates that they choose. But now we are seeing that the politics of Nigeria has reached a new horizon where people that are mechanics, people that are Okada riders can come out, buy tickets, and they will be voted for en masse, and they would win their elections, and they will be announced as the winners. So it's pathetic to think that to be the president of Nigeria, all you need is just to be a primary school holder or to be a counselor. So
So sorry, just to add to that, in the US, Alexandra Ocasio, one of the very House of Rep members in the US, she used to be a bartender.
No, she ran when she ran. She was a bartender.
Exactly.
Yes,
When she
yes,
ran,
yes.
she was a bartender. That's to tell you. That's to tell you. That anything is possible when you have the Democratic
Probably
Institute
not even
actually
that.
working the way it should.
The next one of the
Right.
guys running for Chicago, the mayor of Chicago, who's probably likely going to win. I think it's under 30 or 35. There's a black boy is running, black guy is running for mayor of Chicago. Like it's and to buttress what you and Joseph have been saying, and which is why I'm on the LP train. This is why we need to, and I'm glad Steve and Benjamin have thrown their hearts into the state race. This is how change starts to happen when people that have a knack for public service or have ideas, and you think you can run stuff better. There's no other party that where you don't where other parties you need a godfather. Yeah, we have LP where right now at the foundation of, because to me LP started from when Peter Obi joined. LP right now as constructed from when Peter Obi joined with the obedient movement gives you the best platform where you don't necessarily need to know anybody as a godfather. You don't have to have a huge war chest because there's a lot of faith and grace behind the movement. So, which is why I'm like, we've complained bitterly that, oh, our governments are stupid. But guess what? When a stupid party would present a stupid governorship candidate, and that stupid governorship candidate will win, and then become a stupid governor and can do, and we keep doing stupid shit. So the only way, and I keep saying we're not activists. We don't want to come here every. Some people like it where all they want to do is criticize, criticize, criticize. And I do not belong in that camp. I'm in the camp of doers. We've gotten to a point where we need to put action behind policies and things we've been clamoring for. We keep. There's no. Man, seriously, the combined IQ, if the combined IQ of your violence space is more than the combined IQ of our current governors and presidency. Like, so it's, bro, these guys are dumb, man. Like they are, and so please, people, I keep saying the Joint Labour Party, get active, be more active, and let's help build a party where all you need to do is come into ideas, and the man with the best ideas that can convince more people will win. and we'll throw our weight behind you. So that's the push I'm having. So please and please, let's go on the LP train. So Zos, back to you. Are you the mic?
Right, thank you very much. Okay, Archie, please come in. I think you have been here for the longest.
Am I audible enough? Hey, hello.
Is there a boot on your neck?
There is a boot on my neck, my brother. There is a boot on my neck. Obedient, obedient, obedient. I want to start my submission by saying it very clearly. See, me, I don't want to be Aisha Yusufu. Aisha Yusufu has dreams. Me, it's not that dream me I want to be doing. No. Aisha Yusufu is the better spectrum of it. I do not want to be Deji Andrew. You see, my mouth is not for eating activism money. You understand? I have a profession. Before I became this insane person on social media, I was pursuing a profession. Save me, help me, just help me. This Sirdam that you be seeing, you be dragging people up. Sirdam is not like this normally. Otumba girl, see, all of us have a few. We have destiny. We are not mad people. We're not the craze normally. Now Nigeria put us for this situation. Help us. The only way to help us on Saturday is to go and do LP 75, LP 76 across board. The only place who will not send you that message, the only place who will not send you that message, na Kano State, because we have proven evidence that the criminal is carrying our tickets. Very simple. You understand? Any other, see, with all due respect to everybody who has put his hands into this movement, auntie, that because your husband is running for office, you carry boots and put on my neck and come and be doing video, and you are sounding like Sega, saying that we are doing, we are activisming, or maybe we are zombie. You've used words today inside video that I used to
Adam,
hear
Archie is
from
drunk.
Deji.
I better collect that bottle from Archie. Archie is drunk.
I'm not drunk, oh, na coffee I dey drink for country where I dey. I never taste alcohol for a very long while. Let me say it because maybe they no one face you with their full chest. Talk am. Na me talk am. See my hand do here. Auntie, be warn yourself. Make we no channel our kamikaze instrument focus you. You will not like it. The next 3 days before that is election, Allah, you will not like us. Do not provoke us because we have instruments. This thing now we sabi do am. No make us focus you. Just jejely lock up for your governorship. Run your election in peace. We'll not dey quarrel with you. All of us now one. Do your own, we'll do our own. And what I mean by will not provoke us, no go call our governorship candidate female wike. It takes a lot for a female to run election in Nigeria. Females are very disadvantaged in Nigeria. So to see a woman put her leg out, we saw what Barrister Juliet went through just 2 weeks ago. Auntie, warn yourself, warn
Actually, don't
yourself.
even they complain say we no get enough women representation. The one wey come won't be female governor. Now that one will say no,
You won't call the
women
drag out.
represent women uplifting
What kind
women.
of, how wicked can you be? And they think can they say this one, that one, this one. King Ireti, King Gibe just one Senate the other day. We begin to see and they do crooked. We channeled our instrument on top. Now she use her greet us. She greet us. Don't make us focus on him. Do not drag us. Don't come out our leg, face outside. We have the power to follow you back to back. You know, like him, you know, like him. Now, why they come public space, come talk him? It's recorded space. So that in case you know, hear him, may they go the same way where they carry clip call, may they carry and come, make you hear him. A word is enough for the wise. I am saying this today because somehow it is going to be very, very unfair to see people who stuck with us. Do you know what it sounded like to be an obedient by August last year? Do you know what it sounded like to be a Labour Party member by August last year? And we have these men, these women, these people who stuck with us when the whole country did not believe in us. I mean the whole of Nigeria. You've heard Nigerian politicians say today that they were taken aback. Yes, me, you, all of us took them aback. They don't believe them. While they were busy telling us we did not have structure, their own structure did not have PVC. And we're busy
funding Nigerians to get PVC, doing giveaway to get PVC, gathering people and carrying our register of PVC, and them, the Agbero, were busy collecting tax up and down everywhere. Now, someone who is running around from pillar to post because he has structure, but he doesn't have PVC to do election. That's exactly what the problem is, and maybe they never explain and give you. So Olu no get PVC to do election. Now, what will be the problem? You think you have the numbers more than him inside that Lagos? You do not. But the one thing you have is that you have numbers we get PVC. Now, why they work out for church? Forget all this thing they say he has his plan to rig. He is doing this and that. This now you now he's doing when a politician acts in a certain way, believe him. What he's doing right now is exactly what any human being would do. I have
He's
evaluated.
going to those that have PBC to beg them. That's what he's
And I tell
doing.
you, I have evaluated the situation. The truth is, Omo will not get the numbers to win this election. Let us go and get the numbers. What do we do? Cause they want to come and collect our land. So Jakonde, who was the best governor in Lagos State history, as far as I can remember, we call the same Lagos no man's island. Then call the make me be like saying, we now call Lagos no man's land. So the only documentation na Jakonde, but it is us. It's us. So everybody we know from Lagos now Moibo. Even the Yoruba way from Ondo, all of us now Moibo. So now all of us call Lagos no man land. You think he is doing that because there is a machinery somewhere he wants to use to rig you out? See, his Agbero were busy suppressing and collecting PVC and putting inside gutter. They themselves don't have PVC. But for these men that stood by us, do you realize how far gone Otti is? Otti, in case they never tell you, Naim been there Diamond Bank where Peter Obi save money. Do you see the distance? You see how far back this character has been? And today, this man contested election the last time. He was rigged and he won the election and was toppled. And he's coming back again. And someone will be telling me, hey, inside that Abia state, there is this 1-4 boy in YPP. The guy looks that pragmatism will kill you. That's the truth. Because it be like somehow obedience. Please, I beg you. I beg you. We need to stay one place. We are not chronic. We are not chronic activists. Stay one place. Let us not carry this because I've sat down and evaluated it in my head. There is a tendency that if we do not play this right, this same violence first now go use when they run around, they go Rivers State. The government of Rivers is doing bad. Though. Let us hold them account. They good wait is this for something for just call Peter Obi or Yusuf. May they summon the guy on the basis of party because you don't explain why they use people money anyhow. Because if Otti win government now, and Otti begin to do theology, I know who to send message to call him. Because him and me, all of us follow for the same place. Oh, you can never, a human being doesn't contest election in Nigeria. I am saying it, and this is a statement of fact. No human being all those things they say we are looking at candidates now. You are not looking at now party they contest election. No. In the eyes of the law, the party contest election. No human being contest election. The party is the vehicle of election. And so anybody
on the ballot box, there are no names now.
Exactly. So anybody was telling you, let us look at human being compete. So in Enugu now, when Frank, God forbid, he win election, now you go tell us in the camp, they come your what's the basis? Let us warn ourselves. I'm back to Abia State before I just summarize and run away because I don't talk the boots way been there my neck. I have a field then I can go and sleep in peace. That was what was on my chest. For Abia State is one of the worst ruled states in the history of Nigeria. From the fact that I came to see from 1999 that a governor was in seat, but every single political actor used to go to the governor's mother to go and beg the governor's mother to beg the governor to do project. This is Abia State, too. In case you they forget, this same Abia State that Oyoma Ogochukwu, or I think that was his name, was contesting election, but someone stayed inside prison and was rigged into power. We they forget say TOG been in jail when he win election. This same Abia State. And then we are now looking at Ipazu today. Ipazu, as in the last time I had the opportunity to go down south to Akwa Ibom through the east, we were looking for direction, routes, and then somehow someone said, go to Obiomangwa. There is a road from there. Do you know this character, Belt Road, with the deplorable situation of Aba? He strategically built a road from the town, one straight small corner, pathway, down to his village. He just directs her to a village like this. And a uselessly built road, by the way, down to his family house. A fortress. You need to see this fortress. Any regular normal, even for Manhattan, anywhere, Beverly Hills, nobody they get that kind of house when no be celebrity, sportsman or something. But the governor built that thing and directed it, and that is the dividend. Now only him deserve dividends of democracy. And while he's doing that, he's busy wearing a Ashwebi and roaming around the country, roaming around from pillar to post.
Integrity.
Integrity. Him and his fellow criminals. And you think that character deserves reward? With teachers' old salaries, pensioners' old salaries, doctors' old salaries. And then the next thing, Abia people, it be like this man, they wicked. It be like he now went to Osusama Junction and built overhead bridge and called it flyover. His same integrity as will be wearing people. Now got that. I mean, nobody is as wicked as a Nigerian politician. Honestly speaking, go and look at Abia's debt profile. Go and look at it. That's how you know that these people don't mean well for
Bro,
you.
on a very normal day, all the past Abia State governors, they're supposed to shoot them for
They're
firing.
supposed to line all of them, shoot and kill.
They're supposed to shoot all of them. None of them supposed to breathe with their families. With their families. They are meant to
very terrible people.
All of them supposed to do this office of a very wicked satanic people.
There is Sirdam, there's even a story, and I don't think even a lot of Abians know this. There was a time Akwa Ibom state government, that time that Godswill Akpabio had, interrelationship with Goodluck Jonathan and the PDP hegemony at the time, and resource control financing. There is a report. I mean, I have to put it as a report because I will have to back it up with facts. But the report is that the Akwa Ibom citizens were complaining Calabar Itu Road had a problem, Aba Ikotekpene Road had a problem, and they needed it built. Akpabio was on it, as in Akpabio been they form that period. Anything road, Akpabio just a fine road to build. And then it is reported that Godswill Akpabio offered to build those two roads and then get the money from the federal government. Apparently, state governments can do that and recover their money from the federal government. The report has it that the day in Abia State said they should carry the money and give him let him supervise the project before he will sign the memorandum of understanding and do the contribution to build a road that would be economically pivotal to the people of Abia State. I mean, any sensible human being will withdraw from the project. That's the sense behind Ikotepena Aba Road still being the way it is today. That's the sense behind Calabar Itu Road still being the death trap today. And that's the report. Those characters do not deserve to be walking the same street as us. Those characters should not be on television commenting on politics today. Those characters should not be the ones deciding the fate of Igbo.
Their children, they club for UK. They ball, they buy ace, they buy this every night.
These same characters
punish Nigerian politicians. And now why they pay me when I see all these their stupid supporters come online and defend them.
I tell you, and then for you that now that we now have numbers, you have PVC, but because they save us temporary breakfast for certificate of return, where they go soon return give us, and I say the referendum was better. Our country is maybe they don't. I came here to tell you the truth. In any utopia that they divide Nigeria, Oji Uzokali is your political leader. Oji Uzokali is your political leader. Oh, you think when they divide the country, they'll divide him away, will just disappear? Or hopeless or mad, will just divide him away? These are your leaders. Because if you like, I know they get head. I can't say no, nothing they your head. So you don't think when they divide the country, they'll just whisk away the current political players and then they'll born new one. So Mazin Nnamdi Kanu will now suddenly become democratic, and then Simon Ekpa will become democratic.
Now I always laugh all these.
I mean, insanity doesn't have a better definition than this.
Laugh all these Yoruba nation idiots. You think you divide?
I mean, you say let us.
You think Tinubu is going anywhere?
I don't know. They say, let us divide the South. Our resources are better, so they should divide South and hand it over to Ben Ayade on one side, James Ibori on the other side, Kotu Akpabi on the left, and then what is his name? Obaseki and his cronies on. I mean, do you even see how
with
Wike in the center doing integrity in the center, and you've not taken time to go and read on the history of South Sudan to understand that Nigeria is a South Sudan waiting to happen. If you people continue like this, we'll make everybody warn himself. This Saturday, what I want to be hearing is all these diaspora people that come and all of us will be speaking big grammar. Enter their DM. Tell them you want to go for election. You don't have transport. If they don't give you, call them out on timeline. That's what I want to be seeing. Go into their DM. Tell them that you want money to monitor election. They don't give you. They share Gary. They share Gary.
If you don't get sugar, granite, DM me. I will send you sugar and granite money if you don't Jebu.
Respect on my people. Please, Abia people.
I'm going to punish these people.
Amen. Abia people. See, a word is enough for a wise. What we are sending you to as an obedient, and I think I speak for most of the good-hearted obedience in this moment is it Kaduna? Asake should not be facing death threats and not turn out to be a governor. We have failed. You see inside the River State, Auntie Beatrice should not be the first, as if she not supposed to go through. That woman don't get accidents. PO don't go. Integrity group don't go to go swindle am. Papa don't finally align. He don't face in candidate. You should never make River State miss the opportunity of producing the first female governor. It is a calamity. Take what's his name? This Delta man that came to our space the other day.
KPP Pella.
Pella should not be in Delta contesting election, and you would win Delta significantly, and somehow you will not submit Delta to Omo Agege, a male stealer. Oh my God, Delta, una don't know what you don't carry by because this one dictatorship has nothing on this one. Who they thief maize? You know the last people wait thief maize for Nigeria, and person thief maize, he go away with them. Still they contest for governor. Delta. That is what we are saying. It applies to every single Enugu. All these rubbish people are hearing BB grammar. It goes shock una. Don't try it, oh. Don't all. Obviously, Peter Obi has shown you now. Peter Obi has shown you. Say now, no be who speak BB grammar and I'm going to get good governance. Do you understand? Be wise, oh. And this applies to every single state. If we fail to produce at least 5 governors in this election, our work gets harder. Because these people, what they do is they produce the governors, they steal the commonwealth of the state, and then they mess with the judiciary. Take your judiciary back. The only way to do it is to stifle their funds. First, by the time Bade Bojo win election, waiting me I want hear now how much alphabet are done the thief from Lagos. The moment we don't hear them, even Agbero go begin to find some will look for streets. You understand?
I swear, they will vote when they open that port of Lagos. APC people say we fight Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Those are the things we want to be hearing. Those are the things. Not be person to come on television, come they say he's going to build a sea road to fish market. He's going to build hotel to beach market. He's going to do this.
Don't be your governor. Don't be your governor.
Oh, I feel I don't cry for 2 days.
Say go build beach. Say go build beach.
He said go build fish market. I say, oh God, Timodio, see who they carry, may come.
Politicians.
God, Nigerian politicians. Obedient, please. This is the final resistance. Forget about Peter Obi court case. You need to see the way the Tinubu they move. They don't see say wahala down there. Only bese. They know there's problem. Now why did they go tell foreign government? Please congratulate me now.
My brother Tinubu can never be president of Nigeria.
Congratulate me. Why don't you want to congratulate me? We need to sustain our diplomatic. Congratulate me.
Then go meet Joe Biden. Say congrats. The person open for you know say you get why Yoruba brother when Joe Biden not employ. The guy go open Tinubu book for him. Shall say this man they smoke cocaine. They are drug dealer. If you by mistake, you don't say Mexico they your border. If you by mistake, no say run.
Saddam, Joe Biden cannot try it. If he tries it, he's losing the next election because we are going to use it to campaign against him. He
Oh
cannot
boy.
try congratulating Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Oh
He
boy.
can't.
Obedience,
Let's
focus.
try am
So
now. We do it
do
now.
the
You know,
do the
saying Kamala Harris come South Africa after the biggest
nobody
election
they
in
branch
Africa.
Nigeria again now. Why
Kama,
you go
if,
branch Nigeria?
you,
Nigeria
you
na
know
place
what?
where person they branch.
Go Ghana. They just say we don't go come. We will go your next your neighbor
Ah.
to show how. They show how. Oh God, Tinubu. Oh shit, man.
Nigeria no be place where person they branch now. You go get this kind of person as president elect the branch. No, you don't associate with evil. You don't associate with darkness. You don't associate with terrorist sympathizers because that's what we are representing right now in the
But
international community.
I hear say these people don't congratulate them.
Who be that?
Government of Afghanistan
Uh-uh.
and
Where they
Pakistan.
won't get funding from now? I'm surprised Iranian government never congratulate my oga. Oh. They go come they use us. They do breeding ground for nuclear. See, or low. See, of course. And they talk am now. Nigerians, see, what is before us? Jehovah. Well, do the final resistance, so do the final resistance on Saturday. Then we'll find a way to shut this rubbish down because it is complete nonsense. We can't take it. Thank you very much, my people.
Thank you, my brother. Oh, thank you, my brother. Country that have endorsed Tinubu's election: Afghanistan 1, Pakistan 2, Uzbekistan 3.
Yemen.
Hey, oh, you go carry drug dealer mixed with a little dose of Boko Haram as VP. Little dose. you go,
Well,
you want you want
that
make
is large,
you
so
want
that
make me
that
you want
that
make me
very large dose.
congratulations. We bomb blow. Oh my God! So let's continue, please.
I just did laugh. You never talk of the ones we don't delete congratulations. Oh. That one will come back to those ones. But yeah, let's take Olawaski, and then Mommy B.
Emir Saddam, good evening, Zos, and good evening, every obedient on the platform. Well, by Alex Otti, my governor, the Baba don't try, I swear. That's the
You for Abia State?
yes.
Hey, no wonder.
Now, quite a man, oh.
Oh, I see
But with the
struggle
share
now.
border, with the share border, with the share border.
I belong to everybody, and I belong to nobody.
No wonder the ginger for good governance, my
Oh
brother.
boy,
No
yeah.
wonder.
I come.
Abia deserve the
I swear to
best.
God,
That state needs.
Saddam, you know
The
no
state is too
money.
blessed.
You know no money where they,
Hi,
as in we have a mini China and a mini
God.
Japan
I
wasting.
swear.
When you see one thing, when people they hear as Peter they talk say we would move from consumption to production. The ones when no get sense feel say Peter will come they re-engineer one fantastic new things. Those things are already happening. If you know things that boys are fabricating in Abia, if you know things that boys are fabricating, even in Onitsha herself, even in Newi, as in things that boys are already doing. I came here this evening to speak to my Southeastern brothers because I think most of us do not really understand where we stand as a people, especially the youth in the Southeast. The first generation, the second generation, all those are old, our forebears, they've done their part. They've made mistakes, they've gotten some right, they've done their part, and they've gone. We have a future to protect for the sake of our children, for the sake of our grandchildren, for the sake of the future of the Southeast. See, you see this thing where then they talk, several people have alluded to lots of things here, but people don't want to pinpoint it directly. But let me help you guys and bring it back home. You see the Southeast, everything that is happening in the Southeast is not happening by chance. It is a deliberate effort by the establishment. You see, if the establishment of Nigeria has one agenda, that agenda is to make sure that the Southeast is not liberated and the Southeast does not stand. Let me tell you, I repeat it again, is to make sure that the Southeast does not stand, and that is why Nigeria is failing. Because you, wait talk say you won't hold person down, you need that ground to be able to hold the person down. So in the process of saying they try hold person down, you know if you stand up. So that's why Nigeria has failed. That is it. This is what we refuse to tell ourselves as the basic truth. So let me bring it out for us because now we are the future of the Southeast and we cannot keep doing things Maybe I'm coming, just give me 1 minute. We cannot continue to do things the same way that our forefathers used to do. We will not go anywhere. 2, we cannot do things at the same pace that every other region is doing because we will not go anywhere. Why? Because 1, the establishment deliberately puts, there's what they call institutional, they put institutions, they've put structures in place, actively working to make sure that the Southeast does not exist, that the Southeast does not succeed. Our governors are not chosen by us. All those clowns that you see there. And that is why they work. When people say that they are working for Abuja, you understand what they mean. They say they are working for the establishment. And they will do at a heartbeat whatever the establishment directs that they should do. But they will never do what the people of the Southeast want them to do. So you understand they do not represent our interest. We have a rare opportunity. And that is why I have problems with people, especially if you're from the Southeast. And they tell you, vote LP, top to bottom. That is the easiest and fantastic way for the Southeast to rearrange themselves and relieve themselves from the shackles of the establishment. And the establishment understand this. Let me tell you. Let me break it down. Imagine a situation that we have the whole Southeastern governors, LP, State Assembly, LP, everything. I hope you understand that political power is the only power that the establishment understands in Nigeria. There is nothing that we will demand as a people, well elected by the people, that they will not give. If they don't give us, we can make it by ourselves. We are not even a people that used to rely on anybody. Everything we need, we move it by ourselves and we engineer it by ourselves. So why are we now messing up? We just decided to be involved in politics. Just one hand. Look at the way we've changed everything in Nigeria. Please, let us start thinking the Southeast as a region. Every region has 5 states. The establishment decided to take the one state that should have been in the Southeast and added it to Northwest. That is why anytime they are mentioning large numbers, they will mention Northwest as if Northwest is 6 states. No, Northwest is 7. That is why they always have extra large numbers. And that is an aberration and it is a criminal arrangement. We know all these things. That's why people keep clamoring for restructuring. Brothers and sisters, we can restructure the Southeast by ourselves. How do we do this? By voting LP top to bottom, especially in the Southeast. My brothers, let them say whatever they want to say. Let them shout whatever they want to shout. Let me make an analogy. Some people may not like it, but I need to make this. Shall you see that Kwankwaso contested the same election with Peter? Kwankwaso won only Kanu. But when it is to be reported, I hope you see the way it is reported, and this is what has been happening to our forefathers. Sadly for our forefathers, they never had something like the social media. So they could not have a platform from where they could tell their own story to the people, let the people hear. So for them to be able to pass these things through letter, through NIPOS, it will not work. And the establishment were able to contain them within a particular place. So it will now take somebody that some people will call him a renegade, like Nnamdi Kanu, to come up and tap into that thing that has always been there and use it for the kind of destruction we find in the Southeast. We don't have to wait to allow those kind of things happen again, instead of us coming together to make sure that we think our region first. Vote LP top to bottom. And I will understand that Enugu is a test case of where we are going to have LP top to bottom from governor down, majority. If we can take over the whole of Anambra State, State Assembly, that would be a fantastic one. That alone will keep the governor in check and allow him do what he's supposed to do for his people. If not, Governor Soludo will become one of the worst governors because of the way he's going. He's already in the wrong trajectory and he cannot correct. You can't get to your destination once you're on the wrong path. The only way we can return him to the right path, which will benefit the people of Anambra State, is by voting LP top to bottom in that state assembly. When he has that thought that it is possible for him to be impeached, he will sit up and do his best so that he can remain on that seat. We have that same opportunity in Abia. We have the same opportunity across board. Please, Imo State, don't make the mistake of returning any establishment candidate as your candidate. It will be the worst mistake you ever make. To round off, please, vote LP top to bottom. It is a matter of survival for us in the Southeast. Others might be joking with that suggestion, but for us, it is the only way to break free politically from PDAPC. And PDP is now shape-shifting into ABGA. We need to break free from the three of them. Thank you very much, and I yield.
All right, thank you so much, Olawaski, for that very brilliant submission. Let's bring in Mommy B. Mommy Bolanle, how are you doing, ma'am?
I'm okay. I'm okay. How are you? Emma Sirdam, how are you, darling? Otumba, everyone else on the speakers and listening sections. Right, so you know what? It's actually true. When you're sitting down there and listening, it's really good. So I was listening to Alex Otti, and you could tell how prepared this man is. You know, it's I quickly read his manifesto, which was well detailed, made sense, and is achievable. And I think that came across as well when he was answering the questions. You know, I mean, he was actually going, you know, he was going over and above. You know, you asked a question, he was almost as like you could see his mind thinking as, is this where this person is going with this question or that, and he was trying to answer everything, which was good to see, because at least we know he can think on his feet. And I think, you know, his plans for the state, you could tell that they have been percolating for a while, you know, and I see no reason. I mean, he was the first person to step out with Peter Obi, you know, and that in itself, you know, was good to see, because in the early days, Peter Obi needed people like him around him, you know, and I can just imagine how valuable he'll be as a governor. When we're thinking about Peter Obi, the Peter Obi project, you know. So no, I was quite impressed. Um, Bags of experience, competence, not in doubt. You know, I see no reason why he won't have a clean, like a landslide victory. I think the beautiful people of Abia State have always had the um been unfortunate with governors, and it's about time they have one that is actually going to put them first. You know, and I believe he's the man for the job. So that was that. Um, I've been seeing some funny messages. You know, they're saying, "Oh, the Labour Party candidate has stepped down." I think they did it for Enugu State. I think they did it for another state. And I can't even remember. There's so many states that they mentioned, and I was like, "Look at these PDP idiots! It didn't fly 2 weeks ago. Do they think it's gonna fly now?" You know. So yeah. So they're trying to put propaganda out there. I like what Archie was saying when I was busy eating my ebanga. You're hitting it right. Because you know, at the end of the day, people need to understand that this is a fight for the survival of Nigeria, right? We can't afford another 4 years of bad governance, you know, be it at the federal level or be at state levels, right? If people think that, oh, you know, 2027, there won't be a Nigeria for 2027 to happen, because it's that bad. It is that bad, because we have a clueless government who have, you know, 77 trillion naira in debt, right? You don't know what that means, and they have no idea how to, you know, because they're all corrupt. They can't plug the leaks. They're clueless. So what will be the next thing they'll do? We'll have more kidnapping, more insecurity. People are going to be more Nah, we need to get it right on Saturday. We need to get it right. You know, and I know people are concerned, oh, violence. It's like you get to a point where you should say to yourself, eh, it is either they, you know, if there's going to be violence, there's going to be violence regardless. But there can be violence before the election, run up into the election, on the day, and after. But if you fight on Saturday and you get it right, then there's going to be peace. It's coming. As opposed to thinking, oh, I'm not going to go vote. And then you let the same people back into government houses across Nigeria. Me, I'll change my phone number. There's so many things because I'll be so frustrated. What is this? I get people are scared, but why are you scared? You're more than them. People need to go out. People need to go out on Saturday and vote. Vote as if your life depends on it, but really and truly, your life does depend on it. Let me yield at this point. Thank you.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much. We need to vote like our lives depend on it, because actually our lives depend on the outcome of these elections that are forthcoming, especially the state assembly and the gubernatorial elections. Thank you very much, Mami B. Rabbi, please come in for
I
three
still well been in
minutes.
Nigeria for you.
Yeah, I just want Rabbi to just give his follow up submission because he was here earlier, and then I'll take well meaning. So, Rabbi, 2 minutes, please, Rabbi, and then well meaning Nigerian.
You don't give me 2 minutes, from 3 minutes to 2 minutes.
God
Saddam,
bless.
I greet you. Chief Otumba, Bootman, they find trouble. Oh. I don't tell you, I don't beg you tire. I don't beg
I
you
get
tire.
the balance for house.
Dr. Lu. So quick one. Let me just go quick one. See, actually I'm from Edo State. And I live when I wanted to learn tailoring after school, say work no day now. I went to Abba to learn how to sew suit and senator, and I have a shop there. So for anyone who knows Abia State, see, when I follow a vision, even before I started campaigning for Alex Otti, before I even know, I know they like asking people questions because I know promises. Just do small thing we go open the state. If Abia State alone can just just give them good road and commode drainage. Just give, and I'm not saying make you build airport. I'm not saying make you build, just pay salaries, build road. I will tell you now, people from Ekote Bene will come and do business and go. People from Owerri will come and do business and go. People from Port Harcourt will come and do business and go. I'm just telling you just these three places. And what they bring money for this is commerce. Forget any, this people, some of these people like Tibori, but I wanted to play a video where the governor was talking about the flyover. They beg them say make I do flyover. I shouldn't flyover because I understand Ungwa and I speak a little Ungwa. So what am I trying to say at the long run is that when you have leaders that are wicked, that are non-visionary, we know his antecedent. The only thing he achieved was carrying Abia poly girls and buying them small girls and buying them cars. And his son was driving one Lexus 2022, 1540, 640 Lexus. So these are kind of leaders we have been having. Very wicked people. We don't know the thing. And that thing I actually said, say when I wanted to do the road, the report was true. The report was true. And you see how service they are. Build ordinary road, Ikotepene road, build Ikotepene road, build Enugu road. This is a state where they for center. And these people have been intermarrying. People from Akwa Ibom and people from Abia, they have been intermarrying, and these people can do business in peace. Very wicked people, but they cannot do any simple thing, simple something like this, simple. And Saddam, that thing you said, see, the reason why my former leader, Yeso Wike, can be making noises, you see all those projects they do, they put the project times 3, and they make a lot of money. Simple do project and eat money, problem. Those projects problem. These people are very, very wicked. That's why sometimes when I listen to these leaders, when I see these leaders like this, it say, oh God. And if you know Abia very well, if the Nigerian military want to be producing ammunition from Abia, they can produce it. Go and verify. Abia can do it. Go and verify. I'm not telling you they say if one village, I'm not going to call the village name. Go and verify. They have a village. Nigerian military know the village. They can even contact this one, the building ammunition. We don't even need to import from Russia. We don't even need to import from anywhere. So these are things that can be done in Nigeria and Abia State. For now, let me hit the mic. Like I said, I don't beg anybody, but the Enugu man, because my day I grew up, make nobody stay my white cashmere. Thank you. God bless you now. LP top to bottom.
LUP 75. LUP. Label, 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 label. All right, thank you very much, Rabbi. Well, meaning, my brother, how are you doing, sir?
Yes, us. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Otumba. I beg. I just think I join. I beg when I'm gonna not use blood stain my white. What's going on this timeline? Emia, I wanted to just come and drop one or two things and move, but this arching a bad influence. If I can't give submission, go the big thoughts come out from your head when they think before. I was just trying to. I need to send this British High Commission to Nigeria a message. This Katrina Lang. I guess I should go talk rubbish today. And it don't. If you are looking for something, the first of all, they look for anything. See, I've never seen somebody that's looking for validation in my entire life more than this APC guy. They're just looking for anything. I feel like first of all, wakes up every morning and just Google, congratulations, Tinubu. And just look for anybody that recently congratulated and it doesn't get. Anyway, let me just quickly run through what I wanted to say. Me, for this election, I am a River State indigene. Abia people, I be River, as I did now, I'm an indigene of River State. In fact, my new surname is Itubo. So it's not anything. Meanwhile, Ngozi, I can see you are still here. So your state have not paid salary for 30 months. And you come and be following me to me that at least our government still managed to pay half salary. You are still following me to drag. Ngozi, 30 months. Picking when they bought 30 months, picking if you don't get beer by now. If you don't do like white beard, and you dey here. Anyway, I just quickly want to inform. I know many people are discouraged, right? I know many people feel like you are discouraged, this and that. No, let me quickly touch this. For people that talk about this not party mantra, we are obedient, we are not party mantra. Let me tell you the truth. In Nigeria, you can't survive politically without the political party. I've thought about this thing. The truth is that somewhere I've thought about the fact that, what if Peter Obi, just like Kwankwaso, had gone to create his own political party? Maybe we would have had less issue than we have now. But the truth is, he also needed to leverage on a party that was already existing. And we are lucky that party did not have structure already. It's better for that party not to have structure. Imagine if he had gone to any of these, because there are some parties in Nigeria that are not PDP and APC that have like a relatively stronger structure, the SDPs and the other like. I'm happy he went to LP that doesn't really have structure. So it's almost like a ground that is somehow, a foundation that we can begin to build. So let me really advise us. And we have to be part of that journey. Because whether or not you come here and say, do you know how much people are just talking, we are doing a competence in our party. Do you know how much it costs to even make people recognize logo? Before you just like put our shout up and down. Do you know what it will take to go and tell people? Do you know how long it take for us to do Papa Mama Piki? Do you want to be doing that every 2 months? No, let me verse. Anyway, I know people. I mean, we've been petting people. Don't be discouraged. Don't be angry. Just go out and go and vote. I'm not coming to beg you today. See, if you are one of those people, or if you are here and you know one of those people, let me just give you good news. I just thought about it just now. See, let me tell you. If you feel you are too frustrated, you are too angry, you are too disappointed, you are pissed, and you think the only solution is not to go and vote on Saturday to boycott the election, I pity for you. I just laugh you like this. Because do you know what? APC and PDP, if I be the APC people, they will go and vote, whether you like it or not. And INEC will not say, Labour Party did not come out. No, we are not going to conduct this election. See, if it is 5 APC people that come out to your polling unit, they will complete for APC or they will win that polling unit. So let me just tell you now, whether or not you like it, I just posted it on my timeline. I said, see, if you feel like you are too angry, you are too pissed, you are too whatever to go and vote, it is fine. Let me just tell you, you have a condition to meet to be fine. The condition is that you have a valid visa right now, as you are saying, if you are in Nigeria. The other condition is that you have a ticket that is already booked. Not ticket to the book on hold. In fact, you get ticket to the open. You are not safe. You are not safe. Let me tell you. Because if you want to book that ticket now, they go the flag will tell you say they not get ticket for the next 4 years. So just get them for mind. Say, except if you don't fall within those two conditions, remember the condition, no? Visa and a ticket that is already booked to leave Nigeria. If you are not within those two conditions, bros, sister, on Saturday, go and vote. Because if you don't go and vote, PDP and APC will go and vote. Let me tell you guys. Do you know, in my head, I actually think there will not be too much violence in this election. To be honest, let me tell you, do you know why? And I have my own analogy. Let me tell you, all those talks that went to do violence the last time, I have a feeling some of them, this election, their candidate to tell them to go and vote that this talk where you go do, you know work. Now the vote we need this time, we not go need this. I say this one where you go do. You see someone, you see the way someone they beg for vote up and down. You think someone in plan for this one where they do now? He no plan for that. So let me just tell you, finally, one more time, make it not be like say nobody tell you, because at the end they will come and say, yeah. See, the only election that you can contest, and I've told people, what is the worst case scenario? Say the first worst case scenario is that, oh, you came out and what happened on the 25th happened again. That's worst case scenario. Worse. It cannot be worse than that. But at least you will know that we came out again and there is enough evidence this time to back up case again to say, okay, we can fight this. But if you stay at home, that is not even an option. See, if you stay at home, INEC, if people decide not to send any to RF, they go just chill. Meanwhile, if you are feeling discouraged, maybe like I say, I just can't manage you, I just can't threaten you, I just can't give you hypertension. I'm just going to also tell you, to assure you, I'm going to assure you that Peter Obi is going to take back his mandate. I am telling you. Do you know yesterday, I'll give you one clue. Do you know yesterday I was talking to one of our brother, Ayodeji, on the DM, and we were just talking, and something came to my mind. And someone will say, wait a minute, why are you saying this?
Oh, I'm so sorry. 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay, let me just quickly round up. Yeah. Somewhere in my head yesterday, something came up, and I was like, do you know somehow? If someone asked me why I said this, I'll tell you why. But maybe I'll not say it now. I just said to myself, do you know? Because I so much believe God has a bigger plan that a lot of us are not saying. And I'm not trying to be too spiritual. I believe it so much. Do you know why? I was just telling myself, what if God intentionally made the IRF not to upload result that day? What if? What if? Some people might say, guy, why are you saying that? Believe me, if you know the ABC of this election, you would have known. If you're one of those people that critically think, just try to think. If the IRF had worked on the 25th, if results had been uploaded on the 25th, do you know that there is no 100% guarantee that Peter Obi would have won the election? Do you know why? The rigging, I don't know who they give it. The rigging that they were doing, they had already started rigging the election before the election started. There were a lot of polling units that materials did not go to. There were a lot of rigging that they had already done. In fact, a lot of Peter Obi's stronghold, they already told them that they should not collect, they already told them not to upload results or didn't give them password. So believe me, if I read that work and the other place is sent their result, is only some place that is not sent, the case would have been more difficult. The reason why we can win this case very easy now is because I read did not work. So I'm just trying to tell you all this so that you will know that whether or not it is not yet, what we want has not yet come. Believe me, it will come. Just believe me. I don't know how else to tell you. Just have that at the back of your mind. But please, this Saturday, except if you get visa and ticket, don't go and vote. No problem. Congratulations to you. If you not get, or you know person will not get, tell that person to go and vote. And I'm really just advising you. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, well-meaning Nigerian, for those I'll say strong words. You don't want to beg anybody. Obedience, I they beg you now, make you not come out, I beg, more pamper them because we need times two of the numbers that came out on the 25th. But I know my obedience with their concrete head. Those will get PVC, those will not get PVC, making a boss out. They use God beg you now. Well, I know Shaina go come out. But most importantly, we are coming out and we will defend our votes. Please, please, please keep that at the back of your mind to defend the votes. All right, quickly, I'll take Ejikeme and then OIK. Or Ejikeme, if you would let OIK go because she's the female, if you don't mind. We've
No, no,
had
no.
a couple of
I
male
have something to
speakers.
do, so I'll just run. Thank you very much, Emil
All right
Saddam,
then.
Zos, my brother Otumba. Yeah, actually got the whole point fully encapsulated in that his brilliant submission. The performance of Alex Otti is not in doubt. You know, this is why we have our president always talking about track record. Go and check my track records. Go to the past and see what this person has done. Just like GRV, you know, coming from a very good background. So Alex Otti is not in doubt. This is a man that brought an underperforming bank into the first six in the country. We have always known that. And eventually, after he left Diamond Bank, the company crashed. The bank crashed. They couldn't cope. And they were bought over by Access Bank, of which we have it right now. So Abia State has one more chance to survive as a state. If they miss it this time around, Abia is finished. If they miss it again this time around, Abia will be completely run over by bandits, political bandits. There's no gainsaying this fact. This is their one and only chance left to have, at least for the first time, somebody who does not have a coconut head to lead that state and push it to the right direction. Just like Nigeria now, of course, the mandate, the certificate will be returned. We all know that the certificate will be returned. I was very happy when my principal said he won River State. He said it on national TV that he clearly won River State. So that's a very strong statement to make, as against what INEC uploaded and declared. So for us, the obedient movement, please, I join those in saying, please, let us start from the southeast. LP down the ticket. Let us start from the southeast to show Nigerians that yes, we can actually have good leaders. Not only good leaders, leaders that we can hold accountable to their words. Leaders that we have now had on tape promise us certain things. Leaders that we will drag when they choose to become totalitarian, when they become overzealous, when they can no longer, deliver that mandates and the dividends of democracy to the people. So please, it's a plea. As we move towards this election, we're going to have another space, hopefully, if Emir Saddam approves by Thursday, so that we drive this message down. We hold this narrative. The crop of leaders we have now, we have never had them before. Fly the party flag. You hear interviews from the PDAPC candidates, and you see that they are completely empty. No pedigree, nothing, just empty. The one in Delta State stole the mess of the National Assembly. I mean, don't Nigerians have sense? Are we cursed as a country? Anyway, we're not cursed. Obedient movement has shown that Nigerians are actually not cursed. The youths are out to take back this country and push it to the right direction. And that is what we'll do on Saturday. Thank you very much. It was a brilliant submission with the Abia candidate, Dr. Alex Otti. And I hope and wish him well. And of course, all other Labour Party gubernatorial candidates come Saturday. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Chimeze. Nigerians, are we cursed or are we the cause? I'll leave you to answer that. OIK, the space is yours, please.
Hey, Zos, Ozos. Hi, Sirdam, Otumba, and everybody else. All distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I listened to Dr. Okay, so we need our people, just like the last person before me mentioned. The last two person before me mentioned. We still need to go all out in our numbers. regardless of the experience of February 25th. I actually want us to take February 25th as a dress rehearsal, right? And as a baseline. Is our baseline, but we intend to do more than the baseline. You always do better than the baseline, right? So again, all of us here, let's remind our people, especially in states like Dr. Otti's state, don't take it for granted, no complacency, because we need top to bottom. We need to get the House of Assembly people involved as well, so that policies and laws by Otti would sail smoothly as well. Is very important. Actually, I was just talking to my childhood family friend. He's been in the United States forever with his family, his sisters, and he called to invite me for something, and I was like, "Oh, how about your big sister? Oh, she's in Nigeria. She's always there because she's in the House of she's in the House of Assembly of Delta State. They're from the Ogwashuku area." I'm like, really? She's still doing that? Well, it's good. She wants to serve and blah, blah, blah. And it was like, I don't know. I don't know what kind of work she does. I mean, it's just, that's him talking. That is just, it's just annoying because Nigeria is not even getting any better. And we talked a little bit and it was like, that her hands are tied. Those in office, sometimes they have their hands tied. When she tells them, look, when she goes back home and she's trying to talk to her constituency, all the old red cap chief and everybody that comes to see her, all they care about is what did you bring? They want money. They want their share. Even when she tells them that, look, I cannot be doing all of this because we need to do this road. We need to do that. We have agenda. They say, no, I beg, forget all. They tell her, please forget all of that. We just need something because everybody is hungry. They're all hungry. And the system is so rotten that is sometimes impossible to find a free apple that doesn't have a little bit of rot on its skin. So it's a big job. And we all realize it. And I made my friend Henry, my brother, realize it that look, we all have to be involved. We all have to continue. We all have to be doing what we are doing right now to make sure that we walk all the way down. We eventually clear out the bad apples, the bad eggs. It's a tough job, but as long as we have started, I don't see us going back. We're not the same as we were yesterday. So I see us moving way forward. And that's why now you find people who don't know anybody, who may not even have any money. An Okada driver, of course, he has a degree. He suddenly wins the House of Rep. It can happen to anybody. Just have the passion to serve. Not just a passion, but a passion to do the right thing. Because again, we all have been involved in one way, or the other, and our thinking is a little skewed. But let us start to think right. And I'm happy that we're going to have the Democratic Center that Pio mentioned. Definitely it's going to be an NGO. They have stuff like that here, NGOs. Obama does do that for some African countries. NGOs, go, kind of teach, or just let people understand what governance, what democracy is all about, what being in the state House of Assembly, the federal House of Assembly, what the difference to learn all of that. And I'm happy Labour Party again is going to be at the forefront of that because PO is already talking about it, and therefore, again, I will see us, smooth sailing in whatever we do. No need to be frustrated. Yes, some frustration, all right,
Well,
but
My
fair
sister,
enough.
please, can you wrap up, please?
yes,
Well,
I'm wrapping up. Okay, some frustration, all right, but we're going to get out of that frustration because it's only for a little bit. The morning it will soon be dawn, and everything hopefully will be okay. I just want to mention that AOC Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, wonderful lady, wonderful young lady. She was not only a bartender, she loved bartending. She returned to her bartending job, which was like a part-time job when she was at University of Boston, when she finished her college, because she wanted to make a point. She's an activist. She was fighting for free for for wages. She wanted a situation where a bartender and some other people in New York, you know how New York is so expensive, would be paid a fair
Okay,
wage.
please, we have to shut this space
Okay,
now, please.
okay.
So just in
I'm
30
done.
seconds,
I'm done
please
with
wrap
that.
up.
So I just want to mention that. And, she was a nobody from nowhere because she had passion. She was able to defeat the 10-term incumbent Democratic caucus leader. And it can happen. And we're already doing it as the Labour Party. All right. So that's all I have to say. And over to the next person. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, YK. Nested, are you here?
Yeah, good evening, good morning, good
Please pay
afternoon.
attention to the waving emoji, please.
Okay, I will. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Saddam and Co. So just to put in my comments on Dr. Alex. Now, Abia State is one of the worst states in Nigeria. Most of us have said that. For me, there are just two states that are bad or at that level. Abia State and Ogun State. Now they've had the worst set of leaders across all boards, from senators to governors to House of Rep. Everything is, and they are strategic states in Nigeria. Now they border the commercial or the industrial centers in Nigeria, Rivers State and Lagos State. You understand? So Abia State as a state has the potential to midwife, you understand, the industrial revolution in Port Harcourt and the commercial revolution in the West African and Central African sub-region. Now, as an engineer, I happened to do some projects within the Abia metropolis. I was part of the engineers that did some projects within the area power plant. That's a very, it's like it's a gold mine when it comes to power generation. It's a gold mine when it comes to electricity distribution and all that. That's why Professor Baton Naji set up geothermal somewhere in Aba. I mean, many years before he became Minister of Power and all that. And because he has seen the potential in Aba, he has seen the hope with Dr. Alex position, these companies will begin to come back into existence. I've met people that come from as far as Cameroon to our area to buy footwears, to get, clothing, to make clothes. I mean, they make those clothes, they fabricate these shoes. As far as Kano, as far as Niger, they come to our area to buy footwear, especially during this festive Eid al-Fitr period and all that. So Aba has been at a focal point or critical position when it comes to infrastructure or commercial and industrial manufacturing in Nigeria and Africa. So with I've gone through Doctor's his manifesto, brilliant, well laid out, even a dumb. In fact, this is called, for me, I'll call it a manifesto for dummies. That's what I'll call this, is manifestos for dummies, because every plan, every item, all the questions I intend asking, they are all laid out there in clear lines of words with achievable. In fact, I cut across all levels of development, from agriculture to security to healthcare to power generation to real estate to development to road construction, drainage, everything. So I think he's the only governor. I think he is the only person contesting for governorship position in Nigeria that has put up such a well-detailed document that I know. Every other candidate, I don't think anyone has anything as detailed as that, with a website showing his family. He has just one wife and 3 children, unlike those who have concubines and side chicks and all that. You understand? So he's proud of who he is. He has a track record, his background in the FSI, financial sector industry and all that. So we in fact, Abia's position is, Abia is in dire need of help when it
Bro,
comes
please, can
to.
you wrap up? I've been waving you for a bit now.
Okay. So I believe with his plans,
Is it just me or we can't hear him anymore?
I
I
think
think.
let's move to the next speaker,
Yeah,
please.
yeah, yeah. All right, Andy LP, please come in 3 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm spacing from Lagos. I deliberately avoided the conversation with Alex Otti. I did that because I've known Otti for a while now. He was the executive director in charge of my region in First Bank, and I had a personal one-on-one with him over an incident of another of my bosses who tore a document, and I was alleging fraudulent. I mean, you can't tear official documents that affect you. So I had this petition I wrote, which landed on Alex Otti's table, and he called me and said, "Look, young man, this is amazing. I mean, nobody has challenged someone who is like an ED in a bank." And I was just an assistant manager then. I was so low to this man, but it had to do with integrity, and he supported me. And he's one of the finest bankers you can find anywhere in this country. He was trained by Citibank. I think he had a first class. So for me, I don't need to listen to Alex Otti. I mean, he just has to be governor and show the world what he's capable of. He might also be better than Peter Obi in terms of this governance. I have a strong feeling he would even do extremely better than Peter Obi as governor. So all kudos to him. Abians have an opportunity to rewrite their stories around this guy. Humble, very respectful. So the other thing I want to talk about before my 3 minutes is over is the brand LP. We tend to underestimate what we have achieved in 8 months. It's unprecedented. It's unimaginable. I mean, I watched a video this morning where the woman was about to give a testimony, and the first thing she said was LP in a church. And somebody confirmed on my page that incident happened. And then you see people arguing about competence. I mean, it's shameful. Nobody. This brand is going to be explosive. If you are not in LP, you'll be like anathema. You will talk. People will say, "What are you saying?" Just because you have not been associated with LP. I mean, everywhere you go, nobody has used Atiku. Nobody has used Tinubu. Nobody has used anybody to campaign except obedient Peter Obi. And people are appropriate. The appropriation. I mean, if you know what this thing has done to people, if you understand branding, this is an exceptional form of how a symbol or an idea has gripped people. And you can see the reaction. Validation, you are looking for legitimacy, you are dancing around, you are going to, I mean, Dayo Israel went to obedience. This is somebody who called obedient obedience. Everywhere you go, and there shouldn't be any argument. I don't know why somebody would have experienced this, even as an insider in the PCC, and you are saying, okay, you know what, we have to now scrutinize and see. Everybody is riding on a wave, and you know what waves does? It lifts you up, goes down, but at the end of the day, it finds its level. So what I'm driving at is that we have a very powerful brand, we have a very powerful leader, we have issues, ideas to run around with. Is it corruption? We have solution for it. Is it how the country should move forward? We are the only ones. Tinubu has no clue what he wants to do, and he's not going to achieve anything. As governor, he did not do anything in 8 years. He's not going to do anything as president. It's going to be banditry, killings, all manner of things you can imagine. I just pray we know what we are into, because I feel a lot of people don't know. I yield my mic.
Thank you very much, Andy LP. Thank you so much. We've built a brand and we need to take advantage of it. They know the real numbers. That's why you see them on their knees now. And this is the time to actually finish them. If you've played the game Mortal Kombat, when your opponent is staggering, yeah, and you need to deal the last blow down or up LYB or whatever combination you want to put. This is the time obedience have to press those combinations and finish them completely. Shatter those structures of criminality. Down Buro Bashegi. All right, Hesley, come in, please, and then Fidel. Guys, we're running up in a bit, so kindly take note of the wave emoji. I don't want to interrupt your train of thoughts, so please pay attention to that. Hesley, you're going next, and then Fidel.
Hi, everybody. It's been a long time. I was here and I missed you guys, all the conversation, and I'm happy to be back. I had my medical exam and I'm done with that. So, I just heard you guys talking about Dr. Alex Otti, and actually, I cannot say that I know him, but I will say that he is from my father's village. And me going to the village, I have really seen the good works that he did in my place. So I'm just trying to encourage all the people from Abia State, to vote for him. I haven't been to Abia before. I just go through Akwa Ibom, and then I just go down to my village, and all the development like banks and what call it again, gas station who have good roads and other stuff. He brought all those things over there. So please vote for him. He is a very good person, from all his stories that I heard. And also I want to thank the Vawulence space for everything you all have been doing. And also let's keep pushing for the Labour Party top to bottom thing. And thank you guys. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister, for taking time and for keeping your submission short. Fidel, Didigu.
On Thursday. So, guys, I think Otumba, thank you. Zos, thank you. That embodies the characteristics of the government that we want in power. So, please, we have the most competent candidate from every state. For you to win LP ticket, to know you're competent. So, please go out there, reach out, support as much as you can support, canvass as much as you can canvass. I think campaigns for gubernatorial elections will stop on Thursday. So hopefully on Thursday we're meant to have Madam Beatrice, the Port Harcourt, the River State woman on the platform. Hopefully it's not yet confirmed. If it's confirmed, we'll have her here on Thursday. Let us also listen to her. But meanwhile, guys, thank you very much for sticking with us. Thank you to the whole Vawulence team behind the scene, doing the hard work. Thank you to each and every one of you. Please stay prayed up, stay motivated, stay pushed. My people in Lagos, please be prepared. All the hot zones, Lagos, Enugu, Kaduna, um, Delta, Rivers, please, obedience in all these states, please come out and mass and mass and mass and mass and mass. Stay, vote, follow your vote to the coalition center. We'll keep drumming this out for everybody to listen. Please make sure all your results are uploaded on the IREV. Follow to the coalition center. Let us do all we can to make sure we win all these states. Thank you very much one more time to all of you. My brother, one more time, Otumba and Zos, thank you for doing this. Thank you, Ngozi, for coming up to help us. Thank you, Well-Known Nigeria Spotlight. Thank you to all of you that we could not give the mic. I'm sorry, we can't bring any more speakers. We have to rest for the day. I see you, my brother Captain Jamil. Thank you, JP, Big Mark. Thank you, Sweet Angel. Anka Day. Thank you very much. Olawaski, Madonna. My sister Nello, thank you. Bolanle, Sweet Child, thank you very much. I see you guys. Hey, Franny, Gaboni, Honorable Ada, how are you doing? IJ, Dr. Lou, Napunzel, Tweet Doctor, Just OJ Shrubs, thank you very much. Mama Wake, I see you. Thank you very much. OIK, Mr. Tony, Foye, Mike, guys, as favor. Thank you, all of you that came out on the platform today. Thank you. If I didn't call your name, no vex. Gladys, I see you. Please, I'm trying to just shut down the space and have some rest. It is always an amazing journey talking with you guys on the platform. Mr. Jerry N, thank you. Mary White, thank you. God bless each and every one of you. As we always say on this platform, remember we do this for God, for country, and for our families. See you guys on Thursday, 4 p.m. Nigerian time for our regular violence space. I love you all. Good night.